May I firstly welcome all noble lords who are taking part in this extremely important debate and thank them all in advance for their participation, in which I know will be a very in-depth, insightful and expert debate. Looking around your Lordship's House today again underlines the deep commitment of this House, indeed our country, to Ukraine and the people of Ukraine. I know I speak for my noble friend Lord Minter and I that we both look forward to the insights that will be provided, and in doing so I do believe that this debate will once again underline the strong commitment and continued focus that the United Kingdom has on providing support to Ukraine. It is now nearly 2 years since Russia's illegal invasion. The recent escalation by Russia once again demonstrates the need for unity in support of Ukraine. The government is extremely grateful for the uniform support across all benches towards supporting Ukraine. Indeed, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, was the first leader to visit the country this year. Ukraine continues to be a top priority for His Majesty's government. Because ultimately, my lords, as we all, I'm sure, recognise, this is a generational struggle. Our friends, but also our enemies, are watching. They are watching very carefully to see if we, the UK, and indeed the collective West, as it's often termed, has the real resolve and ability to support Ukraine, but not just support Ukraine, allow Ukraine to win. The atrocities, and it's poignant we meet just as we look towards the commemoration of the Holocaust, that the atrocities in Ukraine are unmatched in Europe in almost 80 years. Our generation, all of us, must not fail this vital test. We must continue to support Ukraine for as long as it takes. They have shown Russia that with the right support, Russia can be defeated. I turn first, if I may, to the human cost of the war. Unleashed by Mr. Putin is frankly unimaginable. More than 14 million Ukrainians are in dire need of help right now. Latest reports are over 29,000 reported civilian casualties, over 10,000 killed, and 19,000 injured. Several million people have been displaced inside Ukraine, and almost 6 million people are registered as refugees across Europe. This is the largest refugee crisis in Europe since the Second World War. Food, medicine and basic hygiene items are scarce in the worst hit areas. People have been cut off from basic services, including things that we all take for granted, such as water. Children have been denied education. And, of course, energy supplies are extremely challenging. Simply put, lives, and indeed a country, has been shattered. The ramifications of Russia's activities are, of course, not confined to Ukraine. They have global impact. Since Russia withdrew from the Black Sea Grain Initiative last July, it has been cynically and systematically attacking Ukrainian ports and grain storage facilities. Frankly, using food as a weapon of war while stealing food from the mouths of the world's poorest. My lords, we all know Ukraine was the breadbasket to the world. Close to 500 million people depended on those supplies. My lords, Russia therefore must be held to account for its actions. International law must be upheld and infractions punished. Not only is this war in clear violation of the UN Charter, but Ukraine's Office of the Prosecutor General has recorded more than 120,000 incidents of alleged war crimes, including murder, rape, torture, and as we've all recognized in this House, the shocking deportation of children. Similarly, the UN investigators and agencies are gathering evidence that shows serious international crimes have been committed. Allegations of war crimes must be fully and fairly investigated by independent legal mechanism. And that is why, since the start of the war, the United Kingdom has provided £2 million in additional contributions to the International Criminal Court to increase the court's ability to collect evidence and support survivors. and indeed Ukraine was one of the subjects both myself and my noble friend Lord Cameron, the Foreign Secretary, discussed when the prosecutor of the ICC visited the UK recently. Together with the EU and the US, we have also established an atrocity crimes advisory group to support Ukraine's own domestic investigations and prosecutions. My lords, tragically though, there continues to be mounting evidence of horrific acts of sexual violence and other crimes committed by Russian forces. The United Kingdom, I assure you, has been working very closely with Ukrainian actors involved in tackling conflict-related sexual violence, including, importantly, with First Lady Zelenska. The First Lady herself has worked tirelessly to raise awareness of these issues, and I commend her, as I'm sure all noble lords do, for her powerful advocacy for women and girls. This takes a personal poignancy for myself, and I know it'll be sentiment shared by my noble friend Baroness Ainley, who is joining us for this debate today, as the Prime Minister's Special Representative on preventing sexual violence in conflict. I assure you that I will continue to work very closely with First Lady Zelenska and others to champion support for survivors and promote justice and accountability. A member of the UK's team of experts on preventing sexual violence in conflict is also supporting directly the Ukrainian Office of the Prosecutor General. This will help develop their conflict-related sexual violence strategy, produce an action plan, and also determine standard operating procedures in line with international best practice. Turning now to the war itself, Mr. Putin is now 2 years into a war he thought he could win in days. The longer it goes on, the more Russia suffers. The Ukrainian counteroffensive is inflicting serious pressure on Russia's own military. Ukraine has retaken over half the land seized by Russia since the war began, including Snake Island, Kharkiv, and Kherson. Ukraine has demolished over 50% of Russia's pre-war land combat power. In October, Ukraine destroyed 20% of Russia's attack helicopters in a single night. Over 300,000 Russian soldiers have been killed or injured. Ukraine has also successfully pushed back much of the Russian Black Sea Fleet from Crimea, destroying 15% of the Russian fleet's vessels. Of course, on the back of these successes, it's also now established a maritime corridor which we all welcome to export its goods from the Black Sea ports. Since the corridor became operational, I can report that 300 ships have exported 10 million tons of cargo through the corridor, including over 7 million tons of grain by the end of December. My lords, this is a remarkable success, crucial for global food security, the Ukrainian economy, and for making Crimea a vulnerability rather than a strength for Russia and for Mr. Putin. We are, of course, at a historic moment. Ukraine has decided that its future is in Europe, and EU leaders have agreed to open accession talks. Mr. Putin's war has prompted new countries to join NATO, first Finland, with Sweden to follow. Russia's latest aerial bombardment has come at a vast cost with limited military effect. Their missile stockpiles have been significantly depleted. Ukraine can reliably now shoot down their superweapon, the Kinzhal missile. Every Kinzhal costs $7 million, as much as 130 Russian teachers' salaries. Mr. Putin is now turning in desperation to other places, North Korea for missiles. He is being forced to pick less valuable targets with less air defense and fewer air assets. On Monday last week, Ukraine downed a £250 million A-50 Russian spy plane. Only a few remain operational. With a few exceptions, power and utilities do continue and remain functional across Ukraine. None of this, of course, would be possible without the sustained pipeline of military aid that we and others have provided. Ukraine is proving that it's more than capable of defeating the Russian invasion. But it's important. This will continue, so long as we continue to provide it with the tools that it needs. The outcome of the war is down to our collective will. In total, the United Kingdom is now providing almost £12 billion of military, humanitarian and economic support to Ukraine. Together with our partners, our collective capability vastly outweighs that of Russia. As a simple fact, if I may, if you add up the countries on Ukraine's side, we outmatch Russia's GDP by about 25-1. Our collective defence spending is 15 times greater. We must make that economic difference count, and this is affordable. Our support so far makes up for 0.45% of GDP for the UK, 0.66% for Europe, and 0.3% for the US. This is a mere drop in the ocean when you consider how costly it has been for Russia. It is simply not sustainable because they now spend as much as 40% of their total government spending on defence. That is 6% of their GDP, contributing to huge spiralling inflation, even as inflationary pressures in our economies continue to fall. And that's why we will continue to remind international partners that supporting Ukraine now is far cheaper than facing the consequences of a Russian victory. Make no mistake, that would mean Cold War levels of European defence spending. What we need to do is clear, and let me outline our approach. Firstly, we must ensure Ukraine has the military supplies it needs to keep pushing the Russians back. In December, the UK announced 200 new air defence missiles, topping up Ukraine's crucial air defence capability to protect their citizens. Secondly, we must ensure Ukraine wins the war if Mr. Putin prolongs it. We will do this by committing to long-term support. We'll increase our military aid to a total of £2.5 billion over the coming financial year. At the NATO summit last year, 30 countries promised to sign long-term pledges of security support. The United Kingdom was first to deliver on this commitment on the 12th of January, when the Prime Minister signed our bilateral agreement on security assurances with President Zelensky in Kyiv. We will build Ukraine's future force, stepping up Western industrial production and delivering the new capability coalitions. Last month, the UK launched a new maritime capability coalition together with Norway to ensure Ukraine's future security in the Black Sea. My Lords, we will also help sustain the Ukrainian economy. We will promote its maritime exports, help attract the private sector back, and keep up the fiscal support. We will squeeze Russia's war machine. We are doing this by reducing persistent international dependence on their exports, including oil, gas, and metals. And our sanctions are working. We had a discussion on this only yesterday in your Lordship's House. The sanctions have deprived Russia of over $400 billion in potential war funding. We will keep tightening our sanctions to stop them from finding ways around them. We have sanctioned some evaders of the G7's oil price cap and are planning more measures as well. We will come after the shadow vessels and their enablers. We would like to see Europe do more to reduce its dependence on Russia LNG. With our partners, we will starve Russia's military industrial production of Western-made components like computer numerical machine tools. Thirdly, my Lords, we will continue to lay the foundation for Ukraine's long-term future. We are accelerating Ukraine's move towards NATO. We are providing private sector-led growth, driving reform and unblocking obstacles to trade and investment. For example, if I may, on war assurance, the UK has given £20 million to the World Bank to extend risk insurance for inward investments into Ukraine. Last week, the UK's development finance institution, British International Investment, closed its first investment in Ukraine, $25 million alongside funding from the International Finance Corporation. BII's investment will help companies in Ukraine stay in business and access the credit they need to finance imports and exports on better terms. And of course, many noble lords were at the London Ukraine Recovery Conference last year. We announced £250 million to de-risk investments in projects to support economic recovery. We are also actively exploring options with partners to fund recovery through the seizure of Russian assets. My Lords, I know every member here today agrees, and of course many more in our country, that there is a strong moral case for this. Russia's government should pay for the huge damage it has caused. G7 leaders have already agreed that sovereign assets should remain frozen until Russia compensates Ukraine. And let me now turn to the military support we are providing to Ukraine. My Lords, we have committed over £7 billion of military support until now. This is amongst the biggest contributions by any single nation. Our pipeline of supplies of ammunition, air defence and artillery, in combination with supplies from our international partners, has been pivotal. And indeed, as the first nation to provide lethal aid, we have helped to galvanise the international response. We have been training members of their armed forces since before the invasion, providing battlefield skills that enable volunteer soldiers to defend their homeland against Russian aggression. Until now, we have trained over 34,000 Ukrainian personnel under Operation Interflex, and we have committed to train up to 10,000 more in the first half of 2024. My Lords, in Kyiv, the Prime Minister announced an increased military funding package for Ukraine of £2.5 billion for the next financial year. As well as this, the Prime Minister signed the UK-Ukraine Agreement on Security Cooperation with President Zelensky. Indeed, the UK is the first country to deliver on this very promise. My Lords, the agreement is the first step in developing an unshakable 100-year partnership between the UK and Ukraine. And indeed, it formalises a range of support that the UK will continue to provide, including intelligence sharing, cyber security, medical and military training, and defence industrial cooperation. It also contains mutual commitments on reform. My Lord, significantly, it also commits to providing swift and sustained assistance to defend against a future Russian attack. It will signal to Russia and Mr. Putin that we are in this for the long haul and that he cannot wait us out. And it reassures Ukraine of our long-term commitment to its security and its right to determine its own future as an independent nation. My Lords, on humanitarian and economic support, our military support is one element, but humanitarian and economic support matters equally. We are providing, as one of the largest bilateral donors to Ukraine, support in terms of both these areas. Since the start of the invasion, we have provided over £4.7 billion in non-military support, including £357 million in life-saving assistance to Ukraine and the region, which reached up to 10 million people in 2023. We are currently working to protect Ukrainians from the worst effects of the war through winter. We have committed £34 million to the United Nations and charities to provide shelter and warm winter clothing. The Prime Minister announced an additional £18 million of aid funding during his visit. In addition, we have committed almost £140 million to rebuild Ukraine's energy infrastructure, and we are providing generators and hybrid solar units for hospitals, as well as funding for vital repairs following Russia's attack on infrastructure. Turning briefly to diplomacy, the United Kingdom, as many noble lords have recognised and supported, has consistently led and supported actions to condemn, isolate and hold Russia to account in multilateral organisations. This is an important part of maintaining pressure on the Russian government. We have taken several steps in March 2022 in the immediate aftermath of Russia's invasion. On the 2nd of March, the UN General Assembly voted comprehensively 141 yes votes to condemn Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine and affirm the international community's commitment to the sovereignty, independence, unity and, importantly, territorial integrity of Ukraine. Later in March, the UK pushed partners in the Council of Europe to suspend and then end Russia's 26-year membership. In April 2022, Russia was suspended from the Human Rights Council following a powerful demonstration of unity in the UN General Assembly, where 93 states voted in favour. This was the strongest punitive action the UN membership itself has taken against a P5 member in its history. Later that year, in October, 143 countries adopted a resolution in the UN General Assembly condemning Russia's sham referenda and illegal attempt of annexation. Last year, on the 24th of February, the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution that reiterated its demands that Russia withdraw immediately and unconditionally all its military forces. 141 members voted in favour. These outcomes demonstrate the strength of international unity on against Russia's aggression. My Lords, to conclude, we have been clear that the quickest route for peace is for Russia to stop this war now and withdraw from Ukraine. We are supporting Ukraine's vigorous efforts to bring the international community together to discuss Ukraine's principles for peace most recently via a meeting of over 80 countries in Davos last week, and we continue to urge Russia to stop its illegal war. May I put on record once again the government's thanks of my noble friend and I to all noble lords, not just participating today, but for the consistency and strong support we've had from across all parties, from all parts of your lordship's house. You have provided the strength that is needed and is required, not just for the government and our nation, but for, importantly, the people of Ukraine in understanding the strength of unity in the UK. The Prime Minister himself paid tribute to the bravery and determination of the people of Ukraine in his address to the Ukrainian Rada. As he said in Kyiv, in the end, history tells us that democracies that endure will always prevail. And I end with this promise and assurance, and I'm sure I speak for every noble lord, that the United Kingdom will not walk away from our responsibilities to Ukraine. We will stand with Ukraine today. We will stand with Ukraine tomorrow. We will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. Slava Ukrainia.
The question is that this motion be agreed to.
Okay. But my Lord's apologies. But can I start by thanking Lord Ahmed very much for his extremely informative and important statement to your Lordship's House this morning. It was very well received, very, as I say, detailed and informative for us all. And can I also look forward to the maiden speech of Lord Camoy and wish him well with his maiden speech, but also in his time in your Lordship's House. It is extremely important, as always, to start such debates, as Lord Ahmed himself mentioned, by reiterating our full support for the government and the policies it is pursuing in Ukraine. And in doing so, as Lord Ahmed did, we salute the bravery of the people of Ukraine. There is no difference between us regarding our shared objectives. As has been said on many occasions in the other place, if there were to be a change of government, there would be no change in the determination of any such new government to see this through and stand with Ukraine, recognising that their security is our security and that their fight is a fight for all of us in this country, in Europe and beyond. Even today, we read in our newspapers of Putin visiting Kaliningrad and saying there that the West needs to be careful. With the UK government also saying that there is a 1 in 4 chance that Russia will attack a UK ally in the next 2 years. Can the Minister, as a first question, outline for us what that assessment is? But I think for all of us, it is a stark warning of the importance of the debate that we are having and the discussion that we are having here today. Not a theoretical debate, not an academic exercise, but the proper function of Parliament with its government looking at the threats that may face our country and our allies. So we welcome the very comprehensive 10-year UK-Ukraine Defence Cooperation Agreement as a positive step, representing a model perhaps for Ukraine to use with other G7 countries short of NATO membership, even though we would ask for more detail as to the implementation of its welcome statements and objectives. We also very much welcome the new military funding announced for 2024-25 of £2.5 billion, which, as the noble Lord Ahmed mentioned, is a £200 million increase from last year, and we very much welcome that. We hope that this encourages others to make good their commitments, including at the forthcoming EU meeting on the 1st of February. I believe that with this money just announced, we've provided some £12 billion in aid, which has allowed Ukraine to fight the Russian aggression. We do believe, however, it would help Ukraine in its fight if much such funding was done as a multi-year funding agreement, and I wonder whether the government is considering that. And it appears welcome, and again we look for confirmation from the government, that Hungary has withdrawn its objections to the UK package of aid to Ukraine, and if so, that's very welcome news indeed, and perhaps the Minister can confirm that or otherwise. And of course we look to the US and hope that in due course the aid package for Ukraine from from the US will be agreed in due course. My Lords, much as we can rightly be proud of the military support we have given and are giving Ukraine, there is no doubt this war and other threats across the world have acted as a wake-up call to us all with respect to defence. We have long expressed concerns about the size of the army and its reduction to the size we see now, leading to General Sanders' calls, which, however right or wrong, ask very important questions. And other questions remain regarding numbers of planes and indeed numbers of ships, including the use or non-use of our carriers. And indeed, the head of the US Navy just recently, in the last 24 hours, talking about that. So we will need to have that debate and discussion as well as we move forward as to what the correct configuration of our armed forces is. But specifically in the Ukraine, the most pressing need for them, alongside personnel, has been the provision of equipment and ammunition. It has been a real struggle to provide sufficient quantities of military hardware whilst ensuring we have sufficient in other spheres of activities for our own forces. The Minister may wish to say more, as Lord Ahmed did, of what, if any, rethink is going on regarding our own industrial base and capacity. And what of the future? Will Ukraine receive all it needs from us, the US, NATO and others, but also, importantly, receiving all the weapons that it asks for? And what is our policy with respect to the provision of any requests for military equipment coming from the Ukraine? Speed of delivery and quantity of that resource is everything. My Lords, there are others here much more expert in discussing the military situation and the various equipment that is needed or tactics that should be used. The Minister may wish to elaborate further, as far as he can, on what is his assessment of the current military situation on the ground and the expectation of any new Russian offensive, and what the latest is with respect to the Black Sea, which even open source material, and Lord Ahmed has mentioned this morning, respect to the Black Sea, we seem to be making some welcome progress. My Lords, I also think in debates such as this, it is important for us to continue to make the case loudly and clearly for supporting Ukraine. The British public has done an amazing job to stand with Ukraine up till now, and we need to continue to argue the case. It may be that there is virtual unanimity in this Parliament, but we need to make the case, as I say, continuously to the British public and beyond, why we continue to spend huge sums of money to support Ukraine and why we will and should continue to do so. Ukraine only last year, as the Minister mentioned, stopped Russia from defeating it militarily, installing a puppet government and bringing Ukraine back into the Russian fold. Since that time, we have supported Ukraine to maintain its freedom. Putin expected NATO to divide. Instead, in overall terms, NATO is stronger, and Ukraine far closer to it, to NATO rather than to Russia. And perhaps the Minister could update us. The welcome joining of Finland to NATO is obviously very welcome, and as I understand it, the Turkish Parliament has recently passed a motion allowing Sweden to join. And again, perhaps there's a timeline for that which the Minister could update the House on when he responds later today. So let us be clear as we make the case for our ongoing involvement, as there is no confusion between the right and wrong in this conflict. Those of us, including this Parliament and the British public, with our friends and allies, choose international law, human rights and democratic values over the autocracy personified by Russia's aggression. We should recognise that preventing a Russian victory in Ukraine will diminish the threat from Russia. Our Eastern European allies, particularly in the Baltic states, feel very vulnerable. Ukraine, by its war against Russia and achieving what it is preventing further aggression and instability. A Russia staying within its borders is in all our interests. A strong Ukraine will be a strong NATO ally, deter future Russian aggression and keep the peace. Have we not learnt the lesson of history that appeasement doesn't work? We need to continue to support Ukraine, as the outcome will affect our security beyond Europe, in Asia and across the world. My Lords, imagine the reaction of China if seeing the US, the UK, NATO and its global supporters fail in Ukraine. Will China not feel emboldened rather than consider the consequences for itself, seeing a strong West determined to see a conflict through to a successful conclusion. It is also about the preservation of an international rules-based order. Russia flagrantly broke those rules when it invaded Ukraine. What does it say for us, not only here in Europe, but beyond, if international treaties, agreements or rules are to be ignored because they do not suit the ambitions of a particular country? It is also a competition or a contest between those who support democracy and the autocracy of others. In Ukraine, democracy is under threat, supported by other autocracies, such as Iran, China, North Korea. We can see tension in many parts of the world, and that is why we are taking, as Lorman Ahmed pointed out, taking the action against the Iranian-backed Houthis, who are seeking to disrupt our right to free passage by their attacks on shipping in the Red Sea. Imagine how all of these countries, with their supporters across Europe and the globe, would feel if the Ukrainians were not successful. So all of this, far away, perhaps would have or could have profound effects on the security, safety and living of people in the UK and the rest of Europe and beyond. Instability and war could bring refugees, migrants, huge disruption to trade, energy shortages as well as security threats. So this debate today gives us the opportunity to make this case. We are rightly focused in many ways by the crisis in the Middle East and the worries of escalation there. We are anxious as to what the prospect of a Trump victory may or may not bring if he were to be successful in the presidential elections. But what I do know, and what we should say, is that there is a need for the UK, as a senior member of NATO, as a close ally and a friend of the US, as an important Five Eyes member, as a member of the UN Security Council, to stand tall in the international community, to say loudly and clearly that we will continue to work to ensure success for Ukraine. We know the defence of democracy and freedom is sometimes hard, but we have proved in the past that we do not take it for granted. And however difficult, we will not take it for granted now, for ourselves, the Ukraine or others. Democracy, freedom and human rights are our rallying cry, and that should ring out from this chamber to those who stand against us in their defence. My Lords, the war in Ukraine is of crucial importance to all of us, and we should not shirk from making sure that that echoes loudly and clearly from this chamber and is heard in Russia and beyond. Democracy, human rights and freedom are at stake, and that is what this debate is about today.
My Lords, I too would like to thank the Noble Lord the Minister for tabling this timely and extremely important debate, as well as for his powerful and comprehensive opening speech. The UK's response has been powerful and united, and I know very much appreciated in Ukraine. The generosity of so many people in the UK through opening up their homes to Ukrainian families has shown Britain at its best. Equally, the cross-party support for the provision of military support for Ukraine, the introduction of sanctions against Russia and interventions through the International Criminal Court have all been extremely welcome and powerful. There is, however, more that I believe we can and should do to hurt the wealthy and the ruling classes in Russia, and I believe my noble friend Lord Purvis will say more about this in his remarks. My Lords, I would like to concentrate my remarks on the human cost of the war, and I hope noble Lords will forgive me for, at times, a rather personal nature of some of my remarks. From 2017 to 2019, I had the privilege of working on a variety of political and public health projects in Kiev and Odessa. I worked on a project in the Ukrainian Parliament, the Verkhovna Rada, and as a result, I've kept in very regular contact with a great many Ukrainian friends throughout the war. If Ukrainian friends are now inevitably battle-worn and weary, they are also very wary that the political consensus in the West could change at any time. From Viktor Orban in Hungary to the change of mood in America, they are, I fear, right to be concerned. And as Lord Coker said, Ukrainians are also right to be deeply fearful at the prospect of another Trump presidency. My Lords, exactly 2 years ago today, in January 2022, I was in Moscow attending a British Council conference at Moscow State University. And in the margins of that conference, there was much discussion, much talk about whether there could or would be a war with Ukraine. The general consensus of all the Russians that I spoke to at that time was it was just inconceivable that they would invade their Slavic brothers. 2 years on from the illegal invasion of Ukraine, one or two of my brave Russian friends in St. Petersburg and Moscow have publicly criticised the war. But for many, and especially among the metropolitan elite, the war seems a distant and far-off event that has given little inconvenience, perhaps particularly for their travel arrangements, but the war has not directly impacted on their lives. They've just turned to doing their business to the east and to the south. Putin has mostly avoided recruiting his frontline soldiers from the more powerful middle classes in Russia. He's recruited from the provinces, from the migrant communities, from the voiceless, as well as notoriously recruiting prisoners through the Wagner organisation. There is fear in Russia of what the future might bring, and especially for those who dare to speak out. They face an increasing number of laws that prevent any kind of public criticism of the war. And so the majority of Russians, I'm afraid, are doing what they've often done throughout history, which is keeping their heads down to avoid trouble. But unlike in Russia, in Ukraine, the lives of virtually every Ukrainian has been impacted by this war. Many of my male friends in Ukraine have served and continue to serve on the front line. Friends who I used to work with in the Parliament, who used to be political advisers, are now in uniform and serving their countries. Studies and careers are on hold as they fight to save their nation. Families are physically divided, but united in their shared battle for the survival of Ukraine. Some Ukrainian friends who initially left have now returned to Kiev because, as they tell me, it's their home and they would prefer to stay there, whatever the risks. The psychological impact of air raid sirens and sheltering in the Kiev metro night after night is hard for us to comprehend. People have had to adapt and find new ways of surviving in the new normal that is life in Ukraine. As my friend Ostap Krivdik said to me the other day, the psychological impact of the war on the elderly has been particularly severe, as so much of what they have known for their whole lives has now been removed, and they lack the desire to start again. I've had the honour, my Lords, of getting to know many Ukrainians who have settled in this country through an organisation called Canterbury for Ukraine. It's an extremely positive organisation that has mobilised the local community in Canterbury to welcome and assist Ukrainian refugees in adjusting to life in the UK. When the various schemes such as Homes for Ukraine were established, obviously, my Lords, we didn't know how long this war would last. I have, however, been hearing from Ukrainians in Canterbury about some of the uncertainties that they now face. I was hearing of a lady who's been working as a cleaning lady in Canterbury since the beginning of the scheme. She's renting her own flat and her son is now at university, but she's faced now with uncertainty as to whether or not she'll be able to stay and whether her son will be able to continue with his studies. I appreciate, my Lords, we don't actually have a Home Office Minister present today, but I believe it would be useful for those Ukrainians already in the UK and making such an active and valuable contribution to our country to have greater clarity about their right to remain should they wish to do so. And I would be grateful if the Noble Lord the Minister could write if he feels unable to respond to that in his closing remarks. Similarly, for those children who are now well established in schools across the UK, what is our thinking about whether they can stay to finish their schooling or whether they have to go back to Ukraine at some point, we hope, in the future when there is peace back in their country? In addition to the military support which we are giving, I hope we will also continue to assist Ukraine in other ways. The Noble Lord the Minister laid some of these out in his remarks, but I think it is important that we continue to promote business and trade links. I think we should also be helping with PTSD and through mental health issues, as well as through leadership programmes for future generations of Ukrainians, such as through the John Smith Trust, which I have to declare an interest as a trustee. As we approach the second anniversary of this truly awful war, and Putin continues with his ruthless strategy of hoping that the West gets tired, I hope we will remember that behind the statistics and military strategies that we will be discussing today in this debate are lives of ordinary people in Ukraine who we must continue to support. However difficult it becomes, I believe we owe it to the brave Ukrainian people who just want the freedom to be able to live their lives in peace and to build a free and independent Ukraine.
My Lords, during our debate on Ukraine last September, I cautioned that there would be no rapid military resolution to the war there and that we should be prepared for a protracted and messy conflict. Events since then have only served to reinforce this view. Perhaps the most important operational development over the past year has been the extent to which Ukrainian forces have been able to threaten Russia's use of Crimea as a secure base for its maritime forces. This is undoubtedly a major achievement. We should not underestimate the strategic significance of Crimea to Russia. For them, its security is of much greater importance than relatively small movements of the front line elsewhere in Ukraine. Nevertheless, Russian consolidation of its positions in the Donbass and the south of the country poses a serious challenge for Ukrainian planners. And this is particularly so given the losses that the Ukrainian armed forces have suffered and continue to suffer on the front lines. Russian losses have been even higher, but of course their resources are much greater. We must face the fact that the nature of this conflict has changed, or perhaps not so much changed, but become more obvious. It is a battle of wills between Putin and the West. His calculus is that a protracted campaign will become increasingly unpopular in the West, and that the political will to sustain the financial and material costs will erode over time, with a consequent weakening of Ukraine's military ability to resist. Putin no doubt believes, as others have said, that a Trump victory in this year's American general election could be very helpful in that regard. The Defense Secretary agrees. In his recent speech at Lancaster House, he said, "Putin believes the West lacks staying power, and since the future of the world order is at stake, we must prove him wrong." He went on to say, "Old enemies are reanimated, new foes are taking shape, battle lines are being redrawn, the tanks are literally on Europe's Ukrainian lawn, the foundations of the world order are being shaken to their core. We stand at this crossroads, whether to surrender to a sea of troubles or do everything we can to deter the danger." Now, if that were not enough, the Foreign Secretary has said, "The lights are absolutely flashing red on the global dashboard." And he added, "It is hard to think of a time when there has been so much danger and insecurity and instability in the world." I am with them. But given such a dire, if accurate, analysis of our situation, noble lords might understand how much it jarred with me when the Defence Secretary also said, "We have made the critical decision to set out our aspiration to reach 2.5% of GDP on defence." Yes. Talk about an anticlimax. Yeah. Up to now, the UK has done well in its support for Ukraine. But if we are to prove Putin wrong about the West's staying power, we must make the necessary sustained investment in defence capability and defence industrial capacity. With that in mind, it's worth remembering that the Iran-Iraq war itself, a brutal conflict that lasted for 8 years, that ended in stalemate, lasted for 8 years. We cannot forecast the course of the war in Ukraine, but we should be thinking in these kinds of timescales. In that context, 2.5% of GDP is not nearly enough for defence, and we don't even have a commitment to reach that inadequate level, just an aspiration. We're frequently told by the government that it has delivered the largest increase in defence expenditure since the end of the Cold War. Maybe, but only after imposing some of the largest cuts. As I've said before, you really cannot claim credit for helping someone to keep their head just above water when you push them into the river in the first place. Another frequent argument put forward is that how we spend the money matters much more than how much we have to spend. Now, nobody disagrees with the principle that money should be spent wisely. But try telling all the British citizens who've suffered from the recent significant rise in the cost of living that their problems are their own fault and that they would disappear if only they'd managed their money better. Improved efficiency can mitigate to some extent, but cannot eliminate the damaging consequences of inadequate resources. In his evidence to your Lordship's International Relations and Defence Committee, the previous Defence Secretary admitted that the armed forces had been hollowed out over far too many years, and he subsequently confirmed that defence needed more investment than the government was prepared to commit. Now, this is not just an issue for the UK. If the outcome in Ukraine is as critical as the government, rightly in my view, claims, then the countries of Western Europe simply cannot allow their safety and security to be subject to the vagaries of American politics. They need to increase defence expenditure significantly, expand defence industrial capacity, and coordinate their efforts both to support Ukraine and to strengthen NATO more widely. As the Noble Lord the Minister has reminded us, together the UK, France, Germany, Italy, Poland and all the other countries within NATO have more than enough economic and industrial muscle to overmatch Russia, even with the latter on a draconian war footing. What is required is the will to do it, and that is not yet evident. The UK should be offering a greater lead in this regard. We have to match our grand words with decisive and sustained actions, backed with the appropriate resources. My Lords, on Tuesday we witnessed the introduction of the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Hereford. Now, we've heard the words of a bishop's introduction to the House many times, and perhaps we too often just let them roll over us. But on that occasion, I could not but reflect on the relevance and urgency of some of the phrases. Considering the difficulty of the said affairs and the dangers impending, as you regard the safety and defence of the said kingdom, do you in no wise omit. The government would do well to take this stricture to heart. As far as defence is concerned, there has been far too much omitting over recent years, and it has to stop.
Excellent.
My Lords, as we enter the third year of the war with Ukraine, questions are being asked as to how long the conflict can last and how long can the West continue to support it. The quick win we were all hoping for has not happened. Commentaries speak of a stalemate. Russia occupies around 1/5 of Ukrainian territory and will not give up easily. There are talks of a large-scale Russian offensive deeper into Ukraine, while the Ukrainian counter-offensive is running out of steam due to a lack of funding, lack of weaponry, and unsustainable losses. Almost a year ago, in March 2023, the World Bank estimated what already it would cost a minimum of $411 billion to rebuild Ukraine. Alexander Grybin, Ukraine's former deputy economic minister, said that the figure could be closer to $1 trillion now. Naturally, both sides are looking for help abroad. An axis of resistance is forming as Russia is getting weapons from Iran, China, Kingdom's steadfast support. We already delivered $9.3 billion in humanitarian, economic, and military support. And this funding has been increased And this month the Prime Minister agreed to increase our military funding from 2.3 billion to 2.5 billion. But while European nations are increasing their support, there is growing concern over the future of US military aid. As mentioned before, President Biden's request of $61.4 billion has still not been approved by Congress. There is also growing reluctance amongst the American voters, particularly Republicans, to provide additional support to Ukraine. This isolationist stance will only solidify should Donald Trump come to power. And given Putin's past behavior, it is likely that Moscow will try to interfere in the elections of the United States. My Lords, while we are all united in supporting Ukraine against Russian aggression, the ever-growing financial cost of rebuilding Ukraine, the drain on public finances, let alone the human cost, will undoubtedly lead to a point when we will have to explore ways to stop this carnage. I am speaking as a woman, as a mother of 2 sons, seeing every day the atrocities, the towns being destroyed, women raped, children abducted, and more killing every day. As a woman, I ask, how much longer can this go on? This is not appeasement, but it is the realization that war cannot continue indefinitely, and diplomacy will have to take the rein. Some will say that any negotiation would be impossible, but we have done this before, when America and the Soviet Union came close to nuclear war in 1962 with the Cuban Missile Crisis. It had a sobering effect on both Washington and Moscow that led it to establish a hotline between the two capitals to defuse the crisis. The notion of relaxing tension then entered the foreign policy vocabulary, détente, as we called it in the West. It triggered a series of agreements and confidence-building measures banning nuclear proliferation, which lasted until 1979. The Helsinki Accord, signed in 1975, provided a framework for European security. Couldn't a similar diplomatic offensive help persuade Putin to come to some compromise? An article in yesterday's Foreign Affairs talks about the prevailing myths and misconceptions which distort how America and Russia see each other, and how they get in the way of sound strategy and agile diplomacy. While a RUSI analysis published the day before states that even partial victory for Russia will not only have catastrophic consequences for Ukraine, but also for the West and NATO, and that any peace treaty in which Ukraine could survive, despite the loss of territory, would just be another Minsk agreement, namely giving Putin the strategic pause necessary to prepare the next phase of aggression. Given this stark scenario, can my noble friend the Minister assure this House that Europe could maintain defending Ukraine without the support of the United States? And if there is a shred of evidence of doubt, should this narrow window of opportunity before the US election and the likelihood of a President Biden win be used for negotiation? And can he also tell this House whether there is any realistic possibility of ending this war other than through diplomacy? My Lords, I too look forward to the Lord Camus' maiden speech.
My Lords, first of all, can I draw attention to my entry in the register, and secondly to commend Baroness Mayer following her in her envoy responsibilities to Ukraine. I'd like first of all to thank the government for providing time for this debate on Ukraine. We need to constantly discuss the illegal, unprovoked attack on Ukraine, because the fight of the Ukrainian people is our fight as well. Secondly, I want to congratulate the Prime Minister on his visit last week to Kiev, and to commend the importance of both the package of military help and the new security guarantees that he gave when he was there. It's good that this new money has now been announced, since the 2023 money will run out in only a few weeks' time. However, if there is to be a strong signal to the Kremlin of our long-term support, I do urge the government to give a multi-year commitment and not simply a one-year package. It will, of course, inevitably involve sacrifices by our taxpayers here, but it is, and remarkably is, an investment in our own nation's safety. My Lords, the basic rule of politics is that it's not what you say, it's what people hear. And that one man in the Kremlin needs to hear, has to hear, that we are with Ukraine until they prevail. So Basil Liddell Hart, one of the great strategists of the Second World War, wisely said this: the outcome of the battle will more likely be determined in the minds of the commanders than in the bodies of their men. And it is into the mind of Vladimir Putin that we need to get the message that he cannot win. And frankly, we in the West, in the White House and in European capitals, have become preoccupied and therefore limited by fears of escalation. It's time now that instead we need to inculcate into the minds of Putin and into the minds of his high military command and that elite who acquiesce with this fatal adventure, the idea that they in Russia might overstep the mark and escalate beyond their own limits and hence endanger the motherland itself. It's only now, with the Ukrainians having developed their own means of striking inside Russia without our weaponry, that the Russians will at last begin to see the price that they are paying for Vladimir Putin's folly. But I repeat, we need to get the message into the mind of that one man who made the decision to invade, and the same man who can order the withdrawal, that his strategic mission has been a failure. We sink far too easily and far too often into the lazy, dangerous narrative that since last year's over-optimistic autumn offensive stalled against the minefields and the trenches of the Russian conscripts, that somehow Ukraine cannot succeed. And that is plainly wrong. In reality, Putin's clear original objective of limiting NATO enlargement and European Union encroachment, of dividing Europe and breaking the transatlantic bonds, has been a miserable failure, not to mention his demented ambition of taking and subordinating Ukraine in 3 days. Now, at the moment, with no real Russian progress in taking territory beyond the minefields, and indeed losing half of what he originally took 700 days ago, and by failing even to occupy the land that they pretend and have legislated to annex, Putin, it would appear, can only wait it out until Donald Trump gets elected, who he hopes will do some grubby deal to end the war. But even that strategy, if that is what it can be called, is incorrect. Republican members of the United States Congress were here last week with the Marshall Fund, and they were very keen to articulate that strategy is flawed. When he was in office, and in spite of his rhetoric, President Trump sent missiles to Poland, increased funding to NATO, and robustly increased the power of his own military. and therefore it begins to look like yet another Kremlin miscalculation. In my personal view, and I dealt with Putin in better times, there is a weakness inside the secretive enclave in the walls of the Moscow Kremlin. From the outside, we, and indeed the Russian people too, cannot know how fragile is the morale in the circle around Putin. But from the Prigozhin incident, here was a man invented by, organised by, used by Putin, brutally exposing the truth of this disaster. And there we got a glimpse of the unseen tensions in the ruling elite in Russia. And what we saw in Prigozhin's march on Moscow was the revelation of a serious weakness, a chunk in the armour of a gambling authoritarian. My lords, by continuing to build our supplies to Kiev, by maintaining Western unity, and by giving the strongest possible message of our continuing resolve, the man in the Kremlin may yet see that there is a way out for him and this Russian-made, Putin-made disaster.
Yes. My Lords, I thank the Minister for securing this important debate and for his very helpful introduction. And it's always a pleasure to follow Lord Robertson of Port Ellen, whose interest and expertise, and particularly as a Kremlin watcher and aware of what's going on there. And I particularly echo the comments of Lord Stirrup about the need to provide the right level of resources, both to Ukraine but also to our defence forces at a time when Europe, which includes the United Kingdom, is certainly on red alert. My Lords, I'm also I'm Vice President of the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats in Europe, and President Zelensky's party, Servants of the People, and Kira Rudik's party, Holosh, are both members of ALDE, and it's a privilege to work with them on all matters European. It is obvious that, that all parties in the UK Parliament are very much of the same mind with the government about what we need to do to support Ukraine. And it is good that we've supported them in the past, but we need to make sure that the level of support continues. And I think, my Lords, I'd also want to point out something that isn't often said, we just take it for granted, that the Ukrainian Parliament, regardless of parties, is absolutely united in its actions, not just in its military actions, but everything that it's doing inside its country, and equally important as ambassadors out to the rest of the world about what is happening. And my friend and colleague Kira Rudik was bombed overnight a few weeks ago. Every single window in her house was blown in, damage everywhere. She had what she described as minor injuries, but was taken to hospital. The Ukrainian people have just got used to this. It's not unlike the Blitz. When she got home from hospital the following day, she discovered her neighbours had already put up thick plastic sheeting and had removed the worst of the broken glass, so that in the midst of winter she did not return to a house that was completely open to the elements. And emergency responders to that event were once again putting out fires and ferrying the wounded to hospital. The circumstances that they are working in is not dissimilar to that of the Blitz, and we still have people in this country who remember those days. But the Blitz did not last for 2 years solid. They are facing this every night in Ukraine. My Lords, I should declare my interest. I'm a Vice Chair of the All-Party Group for Fire Safety and Rescue, and we've been working with Fire Aid, run by fire service officers, who've run now a number of aid convoys to first responders in Ukraine. But they've now run out of resources, and I wondered if the Minister could actually say what plans there are to continue that work. I know that there's been a convoy last year from the RAF Fire Service, and there's been some training. But, my Lords, as this bombing continues in communities, whilst most of the public eye is on the military front line, actually there is real need to help the Ukrainian people manage. Kira Rudik was in the UK just this time last week asking the government to help recover monies now from sanctioned people's frozen funds. And it's good to hear that the government is actively seeking this. So I wondered if the Minister could expand slightly on what he said earlier. Is there any timescale about when Ukraine might get a response? Because they both need funding for the continuing war, but they must also start to plan and to fund rebuilding for afterwards. My Lords, I want to end with thinking briefly about the neighbouring states of the Baltic states and Poland and other countries that are neighbours of Russia. I was in Vilnius a couple of months ago, and I noticed that Mayor Simasius, the Liberal mayor of Vilnius, has on the front of every single bus, "I love Ukraine." It flashes up, alternates with the destination, a permanent reminder to the citizens of Vilnius how close they are to Putin and his front line. But he's now put it on the city's tallest skyscraper. And the words are, "Putin, The Hague is waiting for you." He's right. We have to constantly remind Putin that he will be held accountable, not just for the invasion, but also for the threats that he puts other nations in addition to Ukraine under. It is really important that we in this country do everything we can to stop Putin, end the war in Ukraine, and stop the pressure on other European countries.
My Lords, it is an enormous honour and privilege to make my maiden speech at such an important debate and to follow the noble Baroness Brinton. I'm delighted to have been elected to this place. I've received the warmest welcome from across the House, for which I'm most grateful, and I'd like to thank the noble Lord Coker for his kind words. Not only did so many take the trouble to welcome me, but quite amazingly, the doorkeepers already knew my name on my first day here. I'm immensely thankful for the help and guidance that I've received from them, from the Clerk of the Parliaments, from Black Rod, from their offices, and for the rest of the fantastic team of staff who work here. I'm also pleased to say that my first day in your Lordship's house was significantly more auspicious than my first day in the Foreign Office. Keen to make a good impression as a new diplomat, I'd booked a taxi to ensure that I'd get there on time. But while bending down to get my wallet at the end of the journey, the seat of my suit trousers ripped wide open. Thankfully, parliamentary security here didn't need to spare my blushes in the same way that the security team at the Foreign Office did, finding me safety pins to hide my boxer shorts, which were on full display to Whitehall. I'm making my maiden speech today because much of my career has been spent working abroad. It has taught me the importance for us to look up and to look out, and never to lose a global perspective. During my time in the Foreign Office, I worked in the Afghanistan Emergency Unit, then in the Middle East on Iran, then a posting to New Delhi, and finally I spent 3 years working on counter-terrorism. During that time, I visited Ukraine on a couple of occasions. After the Foreign Office, I set up a financial advisory business focused on China. That led us to move, as a family, to live in Beijing for 5 years. My work with China has principally been about building bridges and providing understanding. I do passionately believe the better we understand each other, the more likely we are to have better engagement. I hope I can use my experience to occasionally illuminate the debates we have in this place on world affairs and Britain's influence. I should also mention that I've been actively engaged in nature conservation for 30 years. I'm chair of the UK Trust for Nature Conservation in Nepal, as well as tourism and film. I've been diversifying my family's tourism business at Stoneleigh in Oxfordshire, which my late father did so much to make possible. And I'm currently setting up a new film studio in Marlow. But these are subjects for another day. Today my focus is obviously on Ukraine. My Lords, there are many noble peers, some of whom, who are speaking here today, who've had a much more distinguished career in the Foreign Service than I had. So I speak with humility and with some trepidation as I make the following observations. Some may be obvious, but the obvious merits repeating. First, Putin's invasion has changed the world we live in, and we have to accept the changes that arise from that. The period of hope that came after the fall of the Iron Curtain is over. The invasion caused a global systemic shock that ended a decade of low interest rates and low inflation. It threw globalization into reverse. It has undermined global institutions, the foundation stones of the international order. Russia once again poses a dangerous long-term threat to the West. With the benefit of hindsight, we can see that our begrudging acceptance of Putin's annexation of Crimea was a miscalculation. We pulled our punches to avoid escalation. We've done that before in the 1930s, and it didn't end well. My Lords, we now have no alternative but to make Putin's invasion in 2022 his own miscalculation. We cannot allow national borders to be changed by force. The impact not just here, but elsewhere would be disastrous. Secondly, we've got to commit to support Ukraine for the long term. This is going to be another difficult year, and the next will probably be the same. Ukraine's heroic defence at the start of the war and the early support it received from the UK and other allies stopped the wholesale capitulation that Putin expected. But the West was too slow to supply the heavy armament and long-range attack capability required. And we might well be in a different situation if it had been supplied earlier. Our 10-year commitment to our bilateral security cooperation agreement with Ukraine helps ensure that Ukraine can plan and fight more than from just 1 year to the next. Helping Ukraine along the path to NATO and EU membership will make the West's determination clear to Russia. We must keep this going. The UK's support needs to be a national effort. Our supply of long-range missiles has significantly changed the balance in Crimea, pushing back Russia's Black Sea Fleet. We really can make a difference. But to do so at scale and over a long duration will require a significant ramp-up of our defence manufacturing capabilities. I'm talking about 24/7 shifts in our defence factories. My Lords, I'm delighted that we've increased defence spending, but we have to acknowledge that we are not prepared for the threat from Russia. During the Cold War, we could field 4 army divisions at high readiness. Today, we can scarcely field 1. We need to accept that we must invest much more in defence. Given our debt is so high, difficult decisions have got to be made on our spending priorities. Most importantly, we've got to maintain the West's unity and resolve. The nurturing that resolve must be our #1 foreign policy objective. Putin believes he can break our resolve. He just needs to wait for us to find this all too painful. We would dearly pay if that were to happen. Ukraine cannot manage this on its own. Western support and perseverance must be non-negotiable. As others have said, it saddens me that maintaining American support for Ukraine should be even something that we're worrying about. We must use all our diplomatic skills to keep America on side. And part of that probably involves Europe being prepared to pay more for our own defence. My Lords, I'd conclude by saying that Putin's terrible war threatens not only Ukraine, but also the very values we cherish and our way of life. Defending those values carries a price. It's going to cost money. The question is very simple. Are we prepared to see this through? I very much hope the answer is yes. We must steel ourselves, or rue the day that we wavered.
My Lords, it's a great pleasure to follow the noble friend Lord Camwise on the occasion of his maiden speech. I have to say it's an immense pleasure to me that he has joined your Lordship's house. I'm lucky enough to work with him on Marlow Film Studios, and we've got to know each other well over the last 2 years. And I can say, it might seem a bit facetious, that he's literally one of the nicest people I have ever met. But your Lordships will take as well from his calm and authoritative speech that he will make some fantastic contributions to our debates over the years ahead. And he brings with him a wealth of expertise in one so young, in terms of his expertise in working at the Foreign Office, living in China, which is going to play such an important part in our lives going forward, as well as the entrepreneurial zeal that he brings. And as the steward of a film studio, he has one foot in modernity, if you like, a high-tech industry, but also as the steward of Stoner Park, 1 foot in our nation's heritage. I gather that Stoner Park has been in his family for some 800 years, so he clearly has staying power. And to bring the thing full circle, Stoner Park is used, I gather, as a film and television set. In fact, it has hosted such brilliant programmes as 1 Foot in the Grave and the Antiques Roadshow. Unkind souls might say that is perfect preparation for life in your lordship's house, but I couldn't comment on that. This is an important debate, and it is one in which all of us are united, and it's one in which we can say unequivocally that our government has done absolutely the right thing since this conflict began in showing unwavering support to Ukraine and providing it not just with moral support and diplomatic support, but also material support. And we can also say that His Majesty's loyal opposition has also done absolutely the right thing as well. And there are 2 wonderful speeches by my noble friend Lord Ahmed and the noble Lord Coker. In particular, to hear Lord Coker say that policy would not change should there be a change of government, it is a reminder to us that there are other chambers around the world where that is not the case. And that is something that we should really treasure in this country. And I know that it's something, obviously, that Ukrainians depend on enormously. I want to focus on 2 issues in my remarks. One is the need for European-wide defence that the conflict in Ukraine has thrown up in sharp relief, and also the need for us to invest more and more in what one could call defence tech. I listened with great interest to the speech of the noble Lord Stirrup, and he spoke with vastly more expertise and experience than I would, but I was pleased to hear that my remarks would echo his. Britain is the leading military power in Europe, and we have been the most steadfast supporter of Ukraine in Europe. But I was particularly interested in some remarks made by Manfred Weber, the leader of the European People's Party, which are in Politico's this morning in an interview he gave. And I thought they were welcome remarks because he talked unequivocally about the need for European defence cooperation to move up significantly a gear. He talked about a common missile defence policy to protect Europe from missiles and drones. He talked about a common cyber defence policy. He reminded us that President Macron has offered to have talks with Germany about a common nuclear defence policy, and there is talk even potentially of a EU defence commissioner. Back in the days when we had vigorous debates about our future in Europe, a common European army was often put up there as something that we should fear and shy away from. But Manfred Weber also makes clear in his remarks that Europe can, must and should have a strong dialogue with the UK on this. European defence cooperation can no longer be put on the back burner. We do have the resources and the material to defend the European continent from Russian aggression. What will undermine us is an inability to work together. The EU has, in some ways, let down Ukraine. It still has, for example, 500,000 shells that it promised to deliver, not yet delivered. But we should also remember that more than 4 million Ukrainian refugees have found refuge in Europe. But we can and must go further. It's perhaps a shocking thing to say that every war provides an opportunity. Every war does throw into relief how wars are fought here and now, and that is what Ukraine has shown. And the one lesson, I think, that most people involved in defence have learnt is how much technology now plays a role in modern warfare. In particular, effectively, garden shed technology, the ability to devise a technology solution and deploy it rapidly. And the Ukrainian army has been very effective in doing this, and much more effective than the Russian army. And talking to defence companies in the UK, the small defence companies, they are frustrated, I would say, at the inability of the Ministry of Defence to work closely with them. I'm sure that's probably unfair and it's much more nuanced than that. But it is the case that the Ministry of Defence, dare I say it, like many other departments, likes to work with big tech and big companies, and we have to find a way to allow the small, agile defence companies to find a route through to deploy their technology as quickly as possible. We have some amazing companies. Skyral is a company that came improbably from a video games company called Improbable, and it uses its software to analyse weaknesses in infrastructure and defend against them. Ocean Infinity deploys the largest amount of underwater sea drones to keep our underwater cables safe. GCHQ and Cheltenham provide a natural cluster of defence companies. It sounds cynical and perhaps selfish to say that there is a huge opportunity here for us in the UK. Building a fighter jet, building an aircraft carrier costs billions of pounds and takes decades. But building a vibrant and vital UK defence tech cluster will provide jobs, exports, but also the vital tools that we need to defend ourselves and continue to support Ukraine.
My Lords, the International Bar Association's Human Rights Institute, of which I'm the director, has been working with Ukraine on war crimes, and I co-chair the task force for the return of the children that have been taken from Ukraine into Russia. The arbitrary removal of the children of a nation is a war crime. It's a legal outrage, and it is also morally reprehensible. Over the last 2 years, Russian officials and military have transferred thousands of children out of Ukraine and into the huge landmass that is Russia. Some have been placed in institutions in far-flung regions, others placed with foster families, and some of the very young put up for adoption. The impact on a population at war is immeasurable. Russia's claim that these children were being taken out of the theatre of war for their own well-being just doesn't bear examination. The warrants which were issued by the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court was based on evidence and based on a prima facie case of crimes being committed contrary to the Rome Statute and the Geneva Conventions. Now, the numbers of children are debated. Some deportations involved emptying institutions and orphanages of their inhabitant children, transporting them then across the borders. Others removed from hospitals where they were being treated after bombings. Others taken from the occupied territories with parental consent to so-called summer schools, but then never returned. Ukraine puts the figure at 19,546. I say it as clearly as that because I was with the delegation at Davos only a week or so ago. The Yale University Conflict Observatory, using open source material, up to a point of February of last year, was putting the figure at 7,000. But I took evidence from them just before Christmas, and they now say that it's double that. They anticipate that the figures will be, as they go through their work from open source material, that it will be even more. So it's going to be close to what the Ukrainians say. The Yale research also shows that 2,442 disabled children from Russia-occupied Ukraine have been transferred to facilities in Belarus, supposedly for medical treatment. And so that's from the Yale Observatory. Now, of course, there have been attempts to recover some of these children. The Pope got one back. Qatar has managed to get a handful here and there. But the majority who have returned, and we now have the number at about just over 500, the majority have been located actually by their own families and NGOs that are Ukrainian, and boldly travelling into the lion's den, or runaways, adolescents and teenagers running away to get back home. And so you have to ask the question, why? What is the real purpose of taking children from their homeland? Young people who have managed to return home give accounts of a determined policy of re-education, daily classes to show their identity is really Russian, and that Ukraine is a Russian region, not a genuine nation, and the lessons are all conducted in Russian, and it's basically indoctrination about these children's history. But the effect is clear. It's subversion. It's to sap political will, to undermine resolve, and it's another way, of course, of destroying identity. The Ukrainian population is demoralised by the capture of their young, and it eats at the hearts of families and communities. So you may ask me, what is the legal position? And all I can say is that there's no shortage of law. There's no single treaty to protect children in conflict. But the Geneva Conventions, the International Humanitarian Law, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the Genocide Convention, other human rights law instruments, the Rome Statute, all of it, international criminal law, state clearly that children affected by armed conflict are entitled to special respect and protection. But there's a ban, and there's a clear ban on forcible transfer, deportation and adoption. But no enforcement mechanisms can work while war is in progress unless steps are taken, as they have been in Gaza, where you create a pause in hostilities, you create humanitarian corridors, you have arranged in advance a recognition of certain categories of children and negotiate with entities inside Russia for those children to be returned in a gap created. And will only be created with international pressure. So too little has been said about this terrible crime. And the worst accounts are of children as young as 3 and 4 being placed for adoption in Russia. And their chances of ever being recovered at the end of some war is diminishing by the months. And the taking of children is a tragedy that demands action by the international community. So the question I ask the Noble Minister, who I know is committed deeply to these issues, is what can the United Kingdom be doing? Well, the President of Ukraine has created an action plan to bring the kids back, as he entitles it. He's got a coalition of nations, and Britain has signed up to that coalition. But I would like to ask the Minister, can't Britain lead in this, given our status as a nation that is committed to the protections of children and the well-being of children and to international rules around war? The task force that I'm heading is very much involved in negotiating some of this, but we need to engage the global south. We need to have the nations who are remaining neutral, who are standing on the sidelines for all sorts of reasons. And we have, in the Commonwealth, many of the nations who are actually taking that position. We have a great deal that can be done of a diplomatic nature in order to bring on board people who may not want to take a position on the actual war, but the taking of children itself still outrages them. And so we need to bring those people on board, and Britain's voice will be vital in doing that. And that is what the President's office seeks. My co-chair is the chef de cabinet, Andrei Yermak, and he is really wanting nations to be using their connections with other nations to bring them on board in this effort. It has to be done now, and there's an urgency about it, and I hope the government will take steps.
My Lords, 2 years ago, Putin's Russia was massing 100,000 troops on the borders of Ukraine, and the foreign ministries of the West were debating just how firmly they could rule out imminent Ukrainian membership of NATO and the European Union without definitively ruling it out for the long term. As the Noble Lady Baroness Sooty said, a lot has changed in the last 2 years. As NATO Secretary General has said, Russia has gone from having the second best army in the world to the second best army in Ukraine. Under President Zelensky, Ukraine has fought magnificently. On the other side, President Putin might warn darkly that Europe needs to take care, but the fact is his troops are completely deployed in Ukraine. He has no capacity to take on anything else. Beyond that, it's not really clear what has definitively happened in the last couple of years. I think we can say that Russia will not win this war. Russia will never have a Ukraine that is a complacent vassal state. Russia is going to have an awkward neighbour for the foreseeable future. But beyond that, everything is still in play. The detail of what is going on is also quite difficult to fathom. It is true
that Ukraine has recovered more than half the territory Russia took at the beginning of the war, but most of those gains were at the end of 2022, beginning of 23. It is certainly the case that Ukraine has not achieved the breakthrough that it hoped with the autumn offensive last year. So although we congratulate Ukraine, clearly things on the battlefield are in flux. On the other hand, it's not going very well for Russia either. Before Christmas, Putin spokespeople in the media there were almost cracking the champagne at the idea of a quick victory early in 2024. This clearly is not happening. So here we meet at the end of January, and one thing does seem clear, that this will last a long time. Second, I think it is also clear that the help given by the UK and the West is crucial to the Ukrainian effort. Although the Ukrainians are fighting bravely, they are fighting with materiel provided by the West. They need that in order to continue the fight. Now here, I'm afraid I'm going to disagree with the noble Lord Robertson of Port Ellen, because I think as we look at the contribution of the West, the American contribution has not only been crucial, it is also now in grave doubt. As several noble lords have said, the UK has provided about $7 billion in military assistance. The Germans have provided more than double that, but the United States has provided at least 50% of the military capability that the Ukrainians have been using. Donald Trump will change American policy. No matter that groups of American politicians disagree with their president, the US Constitution makes the President of the United States the key player in foreign and defense policy. So if Donald Trump becomes President of the United States, we face the prospect of the disappearance of the majority of the military assistance that Ukraine needs to continue and to win this fight. So the question for us and for the rest of the West is, are we prepared to make up the huge difference? This is tens of billions of pounds, and these are necessary for the fight to continue. And, my lords, it's even worse than that. The prospect of the Trump presidency casts a forward shadow. We, of course, are in the middle of the campaign, and Ukraine is a convenient campaign issue for Mr. Trump. And the latest package which the administration wants to vote through is in bulk. It is held up because Mr. Trump doesn't want it to pass. And I fear that with Mr. Trump, Ukraine is personal. Remember, Ukraine was the cause of the first impeachment of Donald Trump. Donald Trump tried to persuade Zelensky to start an investigation into his political rival to show that Ukraine had been interfering in the 2016 campaign rather than Russia. So I think this goes deep with Trump. We need to take the possibility that US aid is going to disappear very seriously indeed. So while I agree with Lord Camoys, and welcome, sir, and with the noble and gallant Lord Stirrup, that we need to look again at UK defence spending, the more urgent task is to look at how much we are prepared to give Ukraine if we are to fulfil the promise made by the noble Lord the Minister in his opening remarks of standing with Ukraine until the end.
My Lords, it is very good to be able to participate in this debate. I want to acknowledge the collective wisdom in this chamber and the contributions of noble lords in the preceding speeches. I pay particular tribute to the noble Lord Camoys and congratulate him for his most excellent maiden speech, and especially the reminder to look up and look out. I want also to thank the Noble Lord, Lord Ahmed, for bringing this debate today. This is not the time for platitudes and what could be construed as naive statements about hope. Evil and indeed illegal acts that lead to immense suffering demand decisive response. We know also that there is actual and potential for massive cultural damage in conflict, including the destruction of religious sites and a clamping down on the freedom of religion and belief. These and other matters in the Ukraine war require continued engagement and response. Ukraine depends entirely on money and weaponry from the West, and our support in this is vital. In these brief comments, I want to focus on the local impact of this war and add my voice to those of other noble lords in asking some questions about the level of our own preparedness and planning. My lords, a Sunday parish visit to a community in the heart of rural Northumberland is not the first place you would expect to be confronted by the reality of the war in Ukraine. But this was my experience recently, where during a Sunday parish visit, I met a Ukrainian family who are being supported by the local church community. Their trauma is real and ongoing. Inevitably, perhaps when this trauma is being absorbed by local communities, there are immediate pastoral concerns. A recent meeting of one of the networks of Homes for Ukraine in my diocese reported back to me uncertainty over the future of visas, many of which are only a year away from expiry, with no information available about how and when these might be extended. The noble lady Baroness Suti has already raised this in her excellent speech. The visa issue is especially concerning as it is affecting young people doing public exams at the moment, who need to make decisions about further education for which they are required to have a valid 3-year visa status for the length of courses or apprenticeships from the outset. Comparability of qualifications is another issue affecting Ukrainians with occupational qualifications. Obtaining comparability statements is a key to them being able to get better employment, become less dependent on the state. But there are significant fees involved, and this can act as a brake on progress. Another aspect of the visa issue is the additional anxiety for households due to landlords' legal requirement to verify that tenants have the right to remain in the UK, as many private tenancies are for 12 months at a time. This will soon become a critical issue, potentially resulting in homelessness. I'd like to ask what action the government is taking on these matters affecting Ukrainians who are being supported by many local communities right across the United Kingdom. These local concerns, my lords, have brought home to me how global situations of conflict have direct impact on local communities. A word to describe this is, I believe, glocal. The globalisation of conflict means it is impossible at a very local level not to take an active interest in matters, not least when so many of our armed forces, and my lords, many of us have personal and family connections with the armed forces, are mobilising in Eastern Europe in preparation for further conflict. I note recent comments in the other place that we are moving from a post-war to pre-war world. My lords, my noble friend, the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Leeds, recently spoke in this House about having an intention not to escalate conflict, but action taken can in fact have an escalatory effect, even if that was not the intention. I think, my lords, it is clear that the current system of global governance is struggling to meet the interlinked crises of our current age. What scenario planning is the government undertaking at this time? What is our capability as the United Kingdom to fight an escalated war, given that we are constantly hearing, and indeed very recently hearing, that there are insufficient resources? Do we have the capacity to maintain what we keep promising? Other noble lords have already raised this as a serious issue for consideration. What preparations are being made now for a future none of us want? Is the government, and indeed in the climate of a likely general election in the near future, the opposition party, preparing now for an eventuality that includes assessing the impact of a change of political leadership in the United States of America and the impact that would potentially have on a Russian victory, a point just made by the Noble Lord, Lord MacDonald of Salford. My Lords, Ukraine has to win and be free to pursue its democratic path. But what if they don't win? My Lords, I support the government in its support of Ukraine, but these questions are not merely academic. They have immediate and longer-term implications and require active exploration and planning now.
My Lords, I too welcome today's debate, and can I thank the Noble Lord the Minister for his very comprehensive speech, and in particular his references to the importance of continued collective action, and for setting out so very clearly the UK's ongoing support to Ukraine. But the reality, my Lords, is that the situation remains extremely sobering, and I fear that we're at a stalemate. Because despite Ukraine's counter-offensive, battle lines remain largely unchanged. And despite Russia's superior firepower, it's notable that they still only control part of the territories that they claim to have annexed in Ukraine's east and south. A number of noble lords have already expressed concern about the debates that are currently going on in the United States, particularly as this is an election year and given former President Trump making it clear that the US should not continue its level of support. Indeed, he has insisted that it's past time to strike a deal. Ukraine's people and leadership remain steadfast in their commitment to fight on rather than bow to Russian pressure. Of course, a position that we all support. But whilst continuing with their military action, Ukraine is also pursuing diplomatic routes to secure the long-term security of their country, through NATO and through the European Union. But I stress, my lords, that this is long-term. We all know that this will take years, if it's successful. So whilst it's important to look to the medium and long term, it's the short term that remains concerning. And Russia's view that they will win in the end and that Ukraine will have to capitulate, that the West will get tired, that we will lose focus, that attention will shift elsewhere, reference Israel-Palestine, that fissures will appear in European Union support, given the position of Hungary and Slovakia. Noble Lords will not be surprised to know that I'm going to focus my remarks on the humanitarian situation, what many Noble Lords have already called the human costs of the conflict. This is a conflict characterised by the movement of people, not just within the country and outside the borders, but back again to their homes, even if it's not safe to do so. And it's not a new phenomenon in Ukraine. I saw this 10 years ago when I visited eastern Ukraine. I visited Sloviansk, which had been gripped just weeks before by fierce fighting. But work was already underway at that time to repair critical infrastructure, to prepare for winter, to get children back to school. That was 2014. The humanitarian situation today, of course, is much, much worse. UN reports estimate 6.3 million people have been forced to flee. The majority are in countries in Europe. Within Ukraine, an estimated 3.7 million people are internally displaced, but an estimated 4.6 million people have returned to their area of habitual residence following a period of displacement. And that is despite security challenges, family separation, and very few opportunities to find work. But even with that movement back and forth, the humanitarian situation remains absolutely dire. We know that Russia's invasion has been followed by relentless, systematic attacks against civilians and civilian infrastructure and services, including health, education, and energy facilities. The war has resulted in unacceptable violations of human rights and international humanitarian law. The use of explosive weapons with wide area effects in densely populated areas has killed or injured thousands of civilians, including children. Indeed, the Independent Commission of Inquiry, which was appointed by the UN Human Rights Council, has found that Russia's armed forces have committed a wide range of war crimes. They've also recorded a small number of violations committed by the Ukrainian armed forces. And we all know that war is also an opportunity for predators and human traffickers, with women and children particularly at risk. There have been over 1,400 attacks on medical facilities. Increasing numbers of people need help with food. Indeed, the World Food Programme aims to help 2.4 million people a month, my lords, during the winter period. And thousands of schools, preschools, and other educational facilities have been damaged or destroyed. This is a war that has taken thousands of lives, caused untold destruction, displaced millions, traumatized a generation of children, torn families and communities apart, devastated the economy, and turned vast areas of farmland and forests into deadly minefields. So, my lords, looking to the Minister and to the government, whilst I absolutely endorse the action being taken to support Ukraine, I do want to bring us back to the short term. The Noble Lord, the Minister, referenced the weight of the economic support being given by those countries that support Ukraine. I ask about the weight of political support. There has to be some form of negotiated settlement. Russia has to feel the pain. They need to understand that they cannot win. How can we harness that political support in the short term to get that message across?
Well said.
My Lords, can I begin by welcoming Lord Camoys to our benches? I'm sure he's going to make a long and distinguished career in this House, and we will benefit much from his wisdom. I would also I certainly agree with the last few words of Baroness Amos's speech, and that's what I want to concentrate on. But first, let me just make it clear, I'm someone who's spent nearly their whole lives in foreign policy in one way or another, from a junior position in the Foreign Office in the 60s through 25 years in the European Parliament, and then another 15 years doing things for their former Members Association, and those various jobs took me to all of the countries of Europe. On many occasions, I was trying to work out how many times I've been to the Ukraine. It's probably 8 or 9 times, and also a number of times to Russia. Having said that, I also incidentally led the first delegation of the European Parliament to the North Atlantic Assembly, which was quite an interesting event, to put it mildly. Let me start off by saying this. To bowdlerise the words of L.P. Hartley, Russia is a foreign country. They do things differently there. I was in the Ukraine several times between the end of the last century and the middle, about 2016. During that time, I got to know, firstly, ex-President Kuchma, who was the last of the old guard. And then, of course, we had the Orange Revolution and all that flowed out of it. We have to look at why did Russia do what it did? Because it wasn't something that just happened. And the fact of the matter is, and I saw it through years of being there, that there was massive provocation from the government in Kiev. I served for 8 years as one of this House's representatives in the Council of Europe. There I was on the Legal Affairs Committee, which dealt with Ukraine, believe it or not, and I was chair for a time of the Committee for the Enforcement of Judgments of the European Court. One of the issues which was constantly there was the way in which the government in Kiev was trying to outlaw the Russian language. This was a regular and running sore. I remember, to the Crimea, where I was surrounded by politicians from their local parliament in Simferopol, telling me they didn't want to be in the Ukraine. This, we're talking about 2012, 2014, in the middle of the last decade, not just before the invasion. And I got the same message when I went to Donetsk. I got the same message when I went to Luhansk. I got the same message when I went to Mariupol. They felt that the Russian language was being outlawed. They also felt it was ridiculous. I recall talking to one or two families who said to me, look, the only language we know at home is Russian. Do you expect us to talk to our children in Ukrainian? Our schools teach in Russian. They've taught in Russian throughout history. And the other group, of course, were the Hungarians. The Hungarian schools were forbidden to teach in Hungarian. And that is one of the reasons we have the problems with Mr. Viktor Orban today. Yes, he's certainly a Putin supporter, but he's also very, very angry with the Ukraine. And this was going on for years. Also, while I was on the Council of Europe, I was for a time the Vice President of the Venice Commission, which looks at rule of law issues in Europe. We had in front of the Venice Commission, on several occasions, the Ukrainian government's desire to outlaw Russian in the Ukraine. It was a regular feeling, and it was backed by the West. It was backed by the EU. It was backed by everybody in the Western embassies in Kiev. The Russians illegally invaded the Ukraine because they basically lost their temper. It wouldn't happen in a democracy because there wouldn't be a Putin with quite the power that he had to do what he did. An earlier speaker mentioned, I think it was Baroness Sooty, mentioned talking to Russians just before the invasion, and they all said it couldn't happen. I had the same experience talking to Russians. I talked to the Russian ambassador in Britain after it happened. He put a brave face on it, but I swear he didn't know it was going to happen until the morning that it actually happened, when he got a call from the Foreign Ministry in Moscow telling him what was going to happen. So it was a very, very well concealed secret. The final point I want to make is this. We have got to find a way of getting ourselves out of what is effectively a frozen dispute. That's where we are. It's not going to move that far. General Winter is not going to be beaten, and our only answer, it appears, is, as our great Defence Minister or Minister for Armed Forces, James Heappey, has said, we need an army of 1 million men and women under arms. That's a quote, actually. Where do we get our second echelon from? Another quote from him. No existing policies spell out how the UK could mobilise a force big enough to take on Russia. Frankly, if that is Her Majesty's government's aim, I despair.
My Lords, it's a privilege to follow so many thoughtful contributions, informed by experience and deep expertise. It's a particular pleasure to have been present at the excellent speech made by the Noble Lord Camoys. He can go home, I think, later this evening with clear that it was a job well done, and he can come back in the confident knowledge that he has the ear of your Lordship's House. My Lords, it's a truism to say that this debate is taking place at a critical time in the Ukrainian struggle to repel Russian aggression and safeguard its national integrity. An assertion that could have been made with equal truth on every single day since the Russian invasion began on the 22nd of February 2022. But as both sides now have undertaken offensives and counter-offensives, we can see the emergence of broad strategic lineaments which offer clues to the pattern of this conflict as it progresses into its third year. Last week, President Zelensky reaffirmed the indispensability of Western aid in money and materiel in repelling Russian aggression. He argued that providing the bare minimum of assistance in the hope that we may help produce a permanent frozen conflict is futile, given the scale of Putin's expansionist ambitions, and that's the real reason behind the war itself. Equally, 10 days ago, we heard Putin rail against the prohibitive demands being made by Ukraine and the West for ending the war, and is warning that if this continued, Ukraine's statehood may suffer a very serious blow. My Lords, in terms of manpower, we've seen waves of conscription from the Russian side, and although Putin ruled out further mass mobilisations in his end-of-year press conference, we must expect that further drafts will be instituted as necessity dictates. Equally, at the end of December, President Zelensky demanded 500,000 new troops, and we wait the draft mobilisation bill taking legislative shape and coming before the Ukrainian Parliament. We see parallels too in industrial capacity, which is a key limiting factor for both sides. Russia's economy, admittedly affected by sanctions, is fully mobilised onto a war footing, with recent airstrikes in Kyiv and Kharkiv showing they possess, for the moment at least, adequate arms and ammunition to continue their air campaign. Conversely, the Ukrainian economy and its Western allies are struggling to meet the demands for ammunition for the Ukrainian ground campaign, with Ukrainian air defences still insufficient. In this respect, the UK and our NATO partners are serving as the arsenal of democracy. Leo Varadkar made this clear rather starkly at December's meeting of the European Commission, when without adequate support from the US and the EU, he said, Putin will win. Of course, as well as providing critical arms to Ukraine, this febrile situation in the Middle East compels Western powers to look to their own security of supply of armaments. Can the Noble Lord the Minister tell your Lordship's House what, if any, multi-year assumptions have been made as to the viability of replenishing our own munition stocks while continuing our essential support to Ukrainian forces? Major European armaments manufacturers such as Norway's Nammo have spoken about the need to share risks with governments, given the scale of investment that would be needed to increase production and meet current demands, as well as the need to mitigate against the commercial risk of a sudden end to the conflict. A concerted long-term fiscal commitment is necessary by Western governments to ease this supply bottleneck and ease, too, Ukrainian apprehensions about the effect dwindling supplies will have on their strategic position. And as a final parallel is in the sphere of strategic innovation, while Russia's conventional forces have suffered heavy losses, a staggering 87% of their invasion force having been destroyed or irreparably degraded. They still present a multi-domain threat. The Northern Fleet and Air Force remains largely intact. They continue to raise the spectre of a tactical nuclear deployment, and supplies of Iranian drones and small arms and North Korean missiles, artillery and shells continue apace. Ukraine too are seeking greater multi-domain capacity. The commander of Ukraine forces, Valery Zolhazny, has made it clear that the stalemate on the ground indicates that this war can only be won by technological advantage. The provision and deployment of F-16s will, of course, be a significant boost to Ukraine forces, but they are old, they're expensive to run, and their arrival on the battlefield has been trailed for months, given the Russians time to implement appropriate strategic defences. Given this, I fear that the arrival of F-16s, while welcome, may not substantially change the calculus of the conflict. But for all these parallels, there are, of course, crucial ways in which the two countries utterly diverge. Ukraine is a victim of unprovoked aggression and living under an existential threat, while Russia is prosecuting an expansionist conflict entirely of its own making. This stark moral difference dictates that we must do all that we can to help Ukraine survive this threat to its existence, and dictates equally that we must do everything in our power to frustrate Putin's aims. Alongside present needs, this should also involve equipping ourselves to hold the perpetrators of war crimes to account in a post-conflict situation. This includes those responsible for the forcible transfer, or in plain English, the abduction and compelled adoption of Ukrainian children by Russians, the harrowing consequences of which were so graphically described by my noble friend, Baroness Kennedy of the Shaws. My question is, over and above her suggestions as to how we should approach this, what consideration has been given to encouraging the expansion of the jurisdiction that we set out in Section 51 of the International Criminal Court Act, which allows us to pursue these crimes domestically, to ensure that those responsible can be apprehended, potentially for the rest of their lives, and punished wherever they choose to take shelter. To return to the strategic picture, Ukraine has for the moment shifted into a policy of active defence, maintaining its lines and pursuing counter-attacks where temporary tactical advantage can be found. While the lines may be static for the moment, is it not possible that Putin, as I suggested in your Lordship's House last year, is measuring this war in the Western electoral cycles and awaiting the possible arrival of President Trump in the White House? My Lords, this government has been steadfast in its support for Ukraine, and it will continue to enjoy unanimous support in debates on this and analogous questions in your Lordship's House. The Noble Lord the Minister ended his remarks as he normally does with the Ukrainian for glory to Ukraine, the phrase popularised during the Ukrainian War of Independence between 1917 and 1921. It's in that spirit and that objective that I speak today, trusting that our support and that of NATO and the European allies will continue to be effective in repelling Russian aggression.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow Lord Brown of Ladyton. Particularly, I note his correct salutary remarks about Russia's capability. But can I congratulate Lord Camoys, welcome him to our benches, but remark on his really excellent maiden speech, much welcomed by the House. In our previous discussion of Ukraine about a year ago, I recall a number of us saying, and I was among them, that Ukraine's security was our security and that their war was our war. I think the references at that time were largely to European security. And we could see, that the basis on which the security of our continent had been established after the end of the Cold War was being torn up. I want to focus my remarks on what's happened since, because it seems to me that the process of stripping away some of the previous assumptions about the basis on which we were operating continues. There is seems to me, a wider way in which the military stalemate in Ukraine is now, gradually creeping into the basis of our wider political relations. Let me give you an example. it's not just that we know, since neither of the two combatants wishes to compromise, Ukrainians, in my view, with very good reason, that the conflict is of indefinite duration. There's no visible end in sight. But it's also become, and this is my point, it's also become one of the main drivers in reshaping power relationships in an increasingly antagonistic post-globalized world. Riding on the back of existing fissures in international relations, Russia is consolidating relationships with fellow outlaws, notably Iran and North Korea, and is seeking to recruit countries, like the BRICS, of the so-called global south, into becoming supporters who will lend their cooperation in return for cut price energy. So the intended effect of Western economic sanctions on Russia, which was to isolate the country politically and disable it economically, is having the unintended and certainly unwanted effect of mobilizing new political camps in the world and new trading patterns, and is underpinning Russia's transition to an ever tighter autocracy, with an economy run on a footing designed to maximize Russia's ability to outlast the West's commitment to Ukraine and thereby win the war. Now, as the Minister, Noble Lord Minister said, no, we are in for the long haul. We must deny Putin his expectations. But one can see in this that the shape of the international background against which we're operating is also changing. Part of it, not all of it, but part of it a direct result of the war that's taking place. I want to congratulate the government on the steady and purposeful leadership that it's given in relation to the war in Ukraine. It's been noticed widely and it's affected beneficially the behaviour of other allies, and it's helped ensure the continued flow of arms and material to Ukraine. There's no doubt that 2024 will be a key year, and it is worrying that there is so much doubt about the consistency of American support. I don't entirely agree with Lord MacDonald about Trump, but I do think the anxiety about his likely policy is itself a shadow cast forward on our ability to inspire confidence in the tightness and the solidity of Western support, and therefore, obviously, of Ukrainian long-term capabilities. We must continue, the UK must continue, to make the case for supporting Ukraine and campaign against what seem to me to be two wrong-headed arguments. First, that only China counts and Ukraine does not matter, when, of course, China will seek to draw important conclusions, particularly for Taiwan, from the way she sees the US handle and treat her dependent friends. And secondly, the other myth, that modern weapons must be withheld from Ukraine for fear of escalation, when this policy increasingly risks defeat for Ukraine. I also think we need to have a somewhat broader strategy politically. In saying this, I think the Minister's speech betrayed a good deal of thinking about the longer term. What concerns me is that I don't think that the Western democracies together are yet developing strategies of a kind which serve for the long term and which can be described as being all-weather in nature. I'll give you an example. In relation to the Russian and Chinese efforts to peel off the global south, are we going to sit back and watch this gather pace, or are we actively going to support the institutions of the liberal international order? That actually requires a policy with many facets, but it's going to be an important part, it seems to me, of depriving Russia of the support internationally that she's seeking to develop to underpin her view of the way the world should go. And it's quite clear that she's not just concentrating on Ukraine. She's also developing a broad underpinning for a long-term strategy where the West has become the enemy. So I think we have to face up to these different changes. One last point, my lords. There's been comment in the last couple of days about needing to be ready for war. And preventing war is certainly about deterrence. Deterrence is about being credibly ready to fight. And we certainly need to spend more money on defence. I think the House is united in that. And I hope the government understands and will act. But I'm worried about us talking about being in a pre-war situation, as if we were on tram tracks, to unavoidable destination which is called war. I don't think that's wise. We need to develop what I described as all-weather strategies, precisely not to appease, but to win the battle. But that means actually taking the measures which will allow us actually with both success on the one hand and the avoidance of war on the other. So while the situation is different from the Cold War, when we developed, and those of us who are old enough will remember this, the so-called twin track approach, where on the one hand we offered greater cooperation on terms, and on the other we maintained with steady determination the defence of our assets and our national interests. We need to have similar policies now. So it's a time for clarity about our long-term aims, about the capabilities that we need to develop to defend them, and the risks that we are prepared to take in order to realise our long-term interests.
Well done. Lords, I'd first like to warmly welcome Lord Camoys to this House and to congratulate him on his speech. My Lords, in the course of this war, much has been said on possible territorial concessions to Russia by Ukraine as the condition for resolving the so-called stalemate of the present moment. I should like simply to sound a cautionary note. If you analyse everything said or written by Vladimir Putin since at least June 2021, more than 8 months before the invasion of Ukraine, he has made it very clear that he sees no reason why Ukraine should exist as a separate sovereign state, that Ukrainians and Russians are a single nation, and that the so-called artificial division between Russia and Ukraine is a ploy devised by Washington and NATO to weaken and partition Russia. In summary, like Carthage in the 2nd century BC, Ukraine is to be destroyed. Now, we have known for a long time that Mr. Putin has a peculiarly delusional relationship with history. It has also been argued that Mr. Putin has long aspired to restore the Russian Empire. Certainly, today's Russian elites aspire to assert Russia as a great power. If you don't sign up to that, you are not a member of the Russian elite. And without Ukraine, Russia cannot be counted as a Eurasian imperial power. In my experience, if you suggest to an otherwise reasonable-sounding member of Mr. Putin's circle that Russia would ultimately be better off without Ukraine, if it let go of Ukraine, you will be met with a fierce snarl of denial. Let me recall to you, if I may, the early months of 2014, when President Yanukovych of Ukraine and some EU foreign ministers havered over the negotiations on a treaty with the EU, which might have given Ukraine some trading benefits. What sparked the revolution at that time was when some Kiev University students demonstrated in favour of what they called generally European values, and more specifically against Yanukovych personally, his criminal record and thuggish regime. I was there on the streets and I saw it. They were hunted down at night and shot dead, and later the same next morning by Yanukovych's security forces. Ukrainian society boiled over in disgust, and Yanukovych fled. It was that revolution that convinced Mr. Putin to intervene in the Donbass and Crimea. Whatever mistakes the Ukrainians and their leaders had made since independence in 1991, whatever their complicity in corrupt practices and political foot-dragging, as of 2014, Ukrainian society had been moving in a direction that resulted in greater prosperity, greater responsibility, and more diversified individual and collective freedoms. By 2014, let alone by 2022, Ukraine, in Mr. Putin's eyes, was on completely the wrong course of development, entirely antithetical to the model of government and state that Mr. Putin espouses, and one that threatened Russia in his view. It is sometimes said that Mr. Putin wants to rewrite history. I think a better way to describe the mentality that dominates him and his circle of ideologues is that he wants to rerun history to achieve a different result, or a better result in his eyes. Of course, we know that is a nonsensical absurdity. That way madness lies. But, my lords, we must understand that over the last 20 years, Mr. Putin has presented himself to his population, much as the Russian Tsars used to do, as the embodiment of Russia itself, a quasi-mystical expression of Russian state and country. He often says that the war against Ukraine has been fought to preserve the existential integrity of Russia, as a defense against the corrupting infiltration of Western ideas and values through Ukraine into Russia. He frequently details, even only last week to his soldiers, almost any excess he can ascribe to Western cultural decline. Of course, in our terms, he is talking strange nonsense, but in his terms, the narrative makes sense, and Ukraine's liberty does indeed represent an existential threat to Mr. Putin himself. My lords, I think we discount this mentality at our peril. The cautionary note that we must bear in mind is that even if Ukraine were to make territorial concessions in this way, in this war, why would Mr. Putin be content to remain in possession of 15% or 20% of Ukraine? What assurances could we ever accept that he would not continue to suborn and destroy the sovereignty of the whole country, as he set out to do in February 2022? It is my belief that while hostilities may be suspended in Ukraine for a time, underlying the causes of this war, there is a war underway against everything that we hold dear in Europe and among our transatlantic allies. That is the narrative that Mr. Putin constantly repeats to his fellow Russians. They are told every day that in the West we have only enemies, and that the West's encouragement of Ukrainian statehood is a key element of its general anti-Russian strategy. You know, Russian prison guards now say to their Ukrainian prisoners, it's very simple. We want you to be with us, otherwise we will kill every one of you. The truly sadistic violence and cruelty exercised by Russian soldiers and their adherents, the kidnapping and deportation of Ukrainian children by their puppets, that will take Ukrainians a long time to forget. Nor should we forget that in its present configuration, Russia resembles a gangster state addicted to violence from which we can accept no assurances of security while Mr. Putin's ideology prevails. I am not convinced, my lord, that territorial concessions will end this war. The second main point I want to make, my lords, relates to the future reconstruction of Ukraine. It is a theme that we often address, and it will be a major subject of our discourse for years to come. We held a large conference on the subject here in London last autumn. But do we really understand, I wonder, what we have in mind? In a week's time, I've been asked by 3 significant business entities from Ukraine and the Far East to give some guidance on the British government's position. And to be honest, apart from offering some obvious platitudes, I don't really know what to say. There is very little around which any practical discussion or action can coalesce. At least in 1947 or 1948, at the time of the Marshall Plan, there was a General Marshal. We have as yet identified no such figure, no special envoy for Ukraine, around whom we can build an institution, a managing staff, a reputable audit mechanism, or a program of prioritization. We know very well there are plenty of gangsters on the loose, not just in Russia, but in Ukraine. We know the present Ukrainian government's lamentable record of so-called corporate raiding. And it is very clear that many Ukrainians are looking to this country to to the United Kingdom to provide them with guidance, with support for the rule of law, security of property, and enforceable title to assets. We can talk about British government-backed insurance policies and export guarantees, but these concepts cannot operate in a vacuum. Our government must insist that for public and private financial aid to proceed, legal reform in Ukraine must be implemented at least in parallel, if not before. Otherwise, the investors will simply not be forthcoming. But in the first place, we need a person who can focus and explain our thinking on the reconstruction of Ukraine.
My Lords, may I refer your Lordship's House to my register of interests and specifically my roles with Index on Censorship and the Royal Navy. As we once again come together to debate the current horrendous situation in Ukraine, caused by Putin's unlawful and appalling aggression, we must not allow news fatigue to distract us from the vicious war on our doorstep. My Lords, it is almost 2 years since Russia launched its second invasion of Ukraine. 2 years of war, death and destruction. 2 years of unnecessary pain and fear. Since the invasion, military casualties are believed to exceed 500,000 combatants. There have been nearly 10,200 civilian deaths, 19,300 civilians injured, 5.1 million people have been internally displaced, 6.7 million people have now been forced to flee Ukraine, and 17.6 million people now require humanitarian assistance. And unforgivably, as if any of the above is forgivable, this evil aggression has caused nearly 20,000 Ukrainian children who have been abducted by Putin's forces. My Lords, in less than 2 years, there have been over 123,000 individual war crimes registered. That's over 300 a day, each and every day since the invasion. Behind every statistic is a person, a family, a child. They each have their own story, which must be told, but much more importantly, must be heard by the world. Throughout the last 2 years, we have seen the most inspirational resilience and determination from a people who are not prepared to lose, from a people determined to retain their freedom, from a people who will not bend to Putin's will. But we should not forget the huge cost that the people of Crimea have made since 2014. And it is their almost forgotten story which I wish to touch on now. Some of you may have heard of Nariman Zayel, but many of you will not. Nariman is a Crimean Tatar, or rather he is one of their leaders. And he is brave. After Putin's invasion in 2014, Nariman refused to be silenced. He embodies the very definition of political dissidence. For 7 years, Nariman was the face of non-violent opposition to Putin's regime. He led the charge as Putin's forces targeted the Sunni Muslim Crimean Tatars. He wrote blogs. He publicly advocated for those Tatars who were harassed and arrested by the FSB, and refused to let the Tatars lose their voice and their place in society. In 2021, this became too much for Putin, and he was arrested and charged with sabotage. After a trial that failed to meet international human rights standards, Nariman was found guilty and sentenced to 17 years. His detention is brutal and illegal. However, he continues to provide hope. Last year, the organisation I run, Index on Censorship, was able to publish an essay from Nariman, which was snuck out of prison. Titled "Dignity Cannot Be Annexed," he continues to challenge Putin's regime and provides a message of hope, not just for the Tatars, but for everyone who seeks to challenge tyrants and advocate for democracy around the world. It is his voice and his words that I hold on to when this conflict seems so bleak. Which brings me to the UK's current commitment to defeating Putin in Ukraine. My Lords, of course, everyone on these benches, and I hope in this House, supports the government's new 10-year defence agreement with Ukraine and the renewed military aid commitment. However, if we have learned anything in the last decade since Putin's initial invasion, it's that this war will not be over tomorrow. There are months and probably years ahead as the people of Ukraine fight every day for democracy and for our collective freedoms. The people of Ukraine need the reassurance that we are in this for the long haul and that we won't be deviated from our commitment to them. They need to know that they don't stand alone today, tomorrow or next year, which is why it was so disappointing that the government only announced a one-year funding commitment as opposed to the multi-year deal that His Majesty's opposition supports and has been calling for. We can but hope that when the European Union's leadership comes together next week, they are able to offer what we chose not to do. My Lords, in the coming months we need to redouble our efforts at home and abroad to make sure the armed forces of Ukraine have what they need to get the job done. And we must never forget why we're investing so much in a war being fought 1,500 miles away. My Lords, this weekend marks International Holocaust Memorial Day, a subject that we will debate next week. But the theme of HMD is so pertinent for today's debate that I wish to end on it. My Lords, this year's theme is the fragility of freedom. The people of Ukraine know that only too well, and it is up to us to make sure that we stand with them when they need us to.
My Lords, I thank my noble friend Lord Ahmed for initiating this timely debate, and I wish to warmly congratulate my noble friend Lord Camoys on his absolutely excellent speech. Ukraine is at the receiving end of numerous cross-currents. The pre-winter attempts to roll back Russian forces were not successful as had been hoped for. The divisions amongst European countries beset by economic difficulties has led to some Ukraine fatigue, and military equipment promises have not been realized. Nevertheless, the resilience and determination of the Ukrainian people remains extraordinary, and we also need to acknowledge that our support for Ukraine is ultimately an investment in our own territorial security as a guardian of democratic values. The gratitude towards the United Kingdom is profound, and so I greatly welcome the security cooperation signed recently in Kyiv by our Prime Minister. And what is particularly gratifying is the knowledge that our support is totally cross-party and backed by the British people. Rightly or wrongly, there is a sense emerging that this war is edging towards a conclusion. And as part of this, we are seeing recently an increase in business worldwide in exploring opportunities in Ukraine. For example, the giant Korean company Hyundai has entered into a partnership with a Ukrainian company to cooperate in projects in construction and reconstruction of chemical plants for the production of fertilizers, and are exploring further building of gas processing plants. All of this is written by a $3 billion credit support by the Korean government. Of course, security guarantees are crucial for potential investors, and it is worth reminding ourselves that pre-conflict Kyiv was a vibrant high-technology and digital centre used by many British businesses. Amongst other welcome developments, our Ministry of Defence has been working closely with the Department of Business and Trade in engaging with the commercial insurance industry directly to come forward with solutions. Is my noble friend the Minister able to comment on what progress has been made? Excellent foundation work was undertaken at the London Ukraine Recovery Conference, with Lloyd's of London announcing a partnership to reopen reinsurance coverage in Ukraine. Again, is my noble friend the Minister able to comment on progress made? But I hope that we will firmly insist that Ukraine does its part. There is still a great deal to be done in judicial reform. It would be good, may I suggest, for Ukraine to establish and properly empowered judicial investment court to make sure that there are clear rules on investor protection and transparency. This would be the clearest possible message of positive change, which we should encourage very strongly indeed. I greatly welcome the Memorandum of Cooperation signed between the Ministry of Economy in Ukraine, the London Stock Exchange, the City UK, with the objective of long-term financing of Ukrainian companies post-conflict. This should help to attract foreign direct investment, and I particularly welcome the focus on small and medium-sized businesses. My noble friend the Minister is so right to emphasise the role of the private sector. Would it be possible, for example, to create a government-backed fund of funds out of existing development funds, to be invested by vetted UK-based investment managers who will then commit to raising additional capital, leveraging this fund of funds. And there is much support for this already by potential participants. Many of your lordships will be aware and have spoken very tellingly about the massive humanitarian needs in Ukraine. Admirably, there are many UK charities which are to be applauded, which are quietly helping with medical supplies, support for those with life-changing injuries, particularly amputees, and programs to address the inevitable mental health crisis. It is not only the consequences of the destruction of residential buildings, there are also targeted killings, the wicked abduction of children, brutal torture and sexual violence, all adding to personal trauma. As we look ahead, it is worth reminding ourselves of the trilateral Memorandum of Understanding signed between Poland, Ukraine and ourselves pre-invasion to deepen cooperation in 3 priority areas: combating disinformation, boosting cyber and energy security, and securing Ukraine's territorial cohesion through the Crimea platform. Poland has, of course, suffered invasions and occupation. The Council on Geostrategy, of which I am a director, along with the Noble Lord Oxford and indeed my noble friend Baroness Neville-Jones, has assembled a commission of prominent individuals to determine how the 3 countries might deepen cooperation. Our concluding report, will be published very soon. By joining forces, the 3 countries can pursue their agendas more effectively than alone. And by advocating for Ukraine's defence, so very critical, they can act as a vanguard within the Euro-Atlantic area at a time when any equivocation in the United States and the EU risks the country's future. Finally, my lords, as we examine all the strands at play in this conflict, and as we reflect on recovery and renewal, may I put to my noble friend the Minister a proposition, and in so doing, I echo the sentiments of the noble Lord Oxford. At different times historically, members of your Lordship's House and others have been appointed as special envoys to be at the very epicentre of knitting together all political, military, commercial and humanitarian objectives. Is this not precisely the time to consider this role in Ukraine? Appointed by the Prime Minister, it would send a clear signal of our unwavering support to our Ukrainian friends, but also potentially maximise the effectiveness of our multifaceted commitments, drawing together government departments here for the stability and renewal of the country. My Lords, I hope that this suggestion will be given active and positive consideration.
My Lords, I was at NATO headquarters just before the illegal invasion and can confirm that many thought Russia would take Kiev within a few days. Indeed, Putin probably thought so too, given the disparity of resources. So we stand in awe of the magnificent response of the people of Ukraine. Putin has forged a unity and has in the process strengthened NATO with the accession of Finland and soon of Sweden. But since February 2022, there has been a massive loss of life on both sides, a great destruction of the infrastructure of Ukraine, and of course an ebb and flow since, some successes such as in Crimea, but also the relative failure of Ukraine's counteroffensive, and we await the promised Russian counteroffensive now. Now I concede we can only see through a glass darkly, and there are many imponderables. For example, the effect of a possible Trump victory in the US elections, and also possibly the success of the anti-Ukraine elements, the populists in the European Union Parliament elections in the summer. But have we reached a stage, my lords, where we should begin to think the unthinkable and look at imponderables? Yes, there is some evidence of war fatigue, the lack of ammunition, and Ukraine forces' disparity of firepower, and the deployment by Ukraine of relatively elderly forces. There is some evidence of doubts within the West, clearly of Orban in Hungary and Fico now in Slovakia. Some might call them Putin's fifth column in Europe. One road ahead is clear, which could be a continuation of the same loss of life and destruction. Another is constructively to ask, what is do we understand to be the interests of both sides? For the West, it is the future, for Ukraine, it is the future through NATO, through allying herself more with the West, with the European Union, and the expulsion of Russia, which frankly appears unlikely now, given what is a relative stalemate at the front. There is some evidence that Zelensky is preparing his people for this, which could include some form of territorial concessions. But I recall historically a German observer at Versailles saying that the hand which signs this treaty will be signing its own death warrant. And clearly, if Zelensky were to make the certain territorial concessions, he would have to have a referendum to buttress that in popular support. Can security be obtained for Ukraine short of NATO membership by prioritising EU membership with appropriate security guarantees? It is possibly too late now, and I note the scepticism of the Earl of Oxford and Asquith in respect of the worldview of Putin in respect of the unity of Ukraine and Russia. Historically, Russia was sort of a barrier to invasion from the West, memories of Napoleon, memories of Hitler, and will historians in future see the offer of NATO membership at the Istanbul NATO summit as a historic mistake, an unnecessary provocation, probably now too late to change that? Is it impossible to envisage a deal on NATO membership? It is claimed that shortly after the invasion at Istanbul, the Ukrainians were prepared at least to talk about something less than full NATO membership, but that was scuppered by the atrocity of the Russian forces at Bukla. That I concede it is probably premature to talk of that, but Putin is planning now a counter-offensive and awaiting Trump, so it will be some time before one can perhaps look at that. I note the recent statement of the Italian government. Giorgia Meloni has been far more positive in her supply of arms to Ukraine than one expected. But her defence minister Crosetto recently told the Italian Defence Committee, after drawing attention to Ukraine's persistent problems numerically and in terms of the armaments inferiority, we have to be, I quote, we have to be realistic and cannot ignore the military situation on the field. The time has come for effective diplomatic action, a point well made by Baroness Meyer, that in effect the Italians are coupling military support with a call for effective diplomatic action. If we analyse the war aims of both sides and the danger of this war continuing and even escalating, at least it is worth considering this, even if it will not fructify, if we would hope. My lords, in conclusion, all wars end sometime. They either end in complete victory for one side, as happened in 1918, and 1945, and that appears very unlikely given the disposition of forces in Ukraine. Or they end as in a messy deal, as at Dayton in 1995, which persists today, or drawing a line where the forces stand, as in Korea. At least the Italian suggestion is worth considering, and it is not defeatist, I would argue, but realistic, at least to examine it. Yes, accepting the heroism of the people of Ukraine, accepting too the passions of war, but the Italian suggestion may at least be the least bad way forward.
Very good. On the 14th of this month, President Zelensky wrote an article in the Sunday Times headed up with "British help we can ensure freedom defeats aggression. The UK has taken a lead in galvanizing Ukraine's allies against Russian tyranny at a critical moment for the free world." And he goes on to say that Ukraine has beaten the odds, turning the tide of the war and defending every inch of our land against the forces of oppression and tyranny with the support of the British people. The UK is one of the first countries to have guaranteed support to Ukraine with regard to NATO. Would the Noble Lord the Minister agree that when the time comes, we will support Ukraine's membership of NATO? And isn't it wonderful that President Putin has shot himself in the foot with Finland having joined NATO, Sweden about to join NATO, two formidable nations when it comes to capabilities, not only in armed forces, not only in the size of their army, but their capabilities in manufacturing, whether it comes to aerospace or armaments. I'm so proud that the moment Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine started, we in Britain helped straight away. I was president of the CBI at the time, the Confederation of British Industry. I contacted Ambassador Vadim Pristaiko on the Saturday, 2 days after the war started. I met him on the Monday, and on the 1st of March, I convened British industry, and from that day onwards, we started to help, sending millions of ration packs, medical kits, food packages, helping unblock the port of Odessa in due course for grain to flow. British business as a force for good. Oleksiy Goryenko, Ukrainian MP, has said that the Ukrainian forces have actually forced a significant withdrawal of Russian forces. He said we all concentrate on the land front lines with Russia, but actually a major win has taken place in terms of Russia's Black Sea fleet being pushed out of the northwestern Black Sea. And I think this is great news and cause for optimism. But, he says, Ukraine needs additional air defense systems to guard Ukrainian ports. Last year, many of us were in Westminster Hall when President Zelensky came and gave that inspirational speech and presented the helmet to the Speaker and the Lord Speaker and said, "Give us wings." But the United States, and this is Noble Lord Stirrup, Noble Gallant Lord, spoke about relying on America. The United States has to date provided $100 billion to Ukraine. The Noble Lord the Minister said in his excellent opening speech that we have provided £7 billion of military support. £7 billion, $100 billion. Germany provides a little bit more than we do. If America withdraws its support for Ukraine, that will be it. So we've got to make sure, as great allies of the United States, to ensure that that support from the United States, because without that, it will be disastrous. And despite urgent appeals, the United States has withheld the F-16 aircraft. And now we've just heard that Russia is going to reach 40% of all budget expenditure on defense and security. I mean, this is frightening. Ben Hodges, the former commanding officer of the United States Army in America, he has said that the F-16s are going to be provided to Ukraine this summer. Could the Noble Lord the Minister confirm that this is going to be the case? Because they are hugely outnumbered when it comes to air power on a 10-to-1 ratio by Russia, and they need that air power desperately. Today is India's Republic Day. Today there has been a huge parade in India with President Macron of France as the chief guest. That parade showcases India's armed forces. India's armed forces today total 1.4 million active personnel. India is the world's second largest military force, but more importantly, the world's largest voluntary army in the world. My late father, Lieutenant General Billamore, commanded the Central Indian Army, and as Commander-in-Chief of the Central Indian Army, he had 350,000 troops under his command. India's reserve forces alone are 1.155 million. And what are we here in the UK today? Armed forces totaling a pathetic 184,860, half the size of my father's army, with reserves of 33,210. And soon the armed forces will be 72,000, not even enough to fill Wembley Stadium. And my friend General Sir Patrick Sanders, the Chief of General Staff, has said, if we're not careful, we are going to need to recruit conscripts in the future. Admiral Rob Bauer, Chairman of NATO's Military Committee, said just a few days ago that there is a potential for an all-out war with Russia in the next 20 years. At Harvard Business School, I remember attending a refresher course in January 2017 where Professor Ravi Abdullah put up a graph of globalization starting at the Battle of Waterloo when it was zero, going up in the beginning of 1900s when it peaked, and then the First World War, which should never have happened, then it dropped, and the Second World War it raised a bit, then it dropped again, and after 1945, that graph went up in 2017 January to the peak of the early 1900s, and he said, if history repeats itself, we will be having conflict in the world, and sadly how right he was with the Ukraine war 2 years ago. The sad situation in Gaza and Israel, the horrific attacks on the 7th of October, and the sad deaths and wounding of innocent people in the 3.5 months since. The Houthis, sponsored by Iran, in the Red Sea. Hezbollah, supported by Iran, in Lebanon. Pakistan and Iran attacking each other, let alone China and Taiwan and what might happen there. We are in a precarious position, with some people even warning of a World War III. So this is when this country should not be spending 2% of GDP on defence. It should not be spending 2.5% that the government talks about, promises but never does. We should be spending 3% of GDP on defence. Would the government acknowledge this? This is the time to be bold. As the Duke of Wellington says, fortune favours the bold. I conclude with this, and Noble Lord Coker said this, the UK is already one of Ukraine's closest partners because we recognise that their security is our security. And that was said by Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. And I conclude with this. President Zelensky, in that article, he concludes by saying, the UK has always defended freedom. For the sake of the world and our collective futures, it must continue to do so. If we can overcome such a danger to international order, then we will be able to convince even the most serious potential aggressors that war will be a loss for them as well. This is why we have to win. This is why we have to stand together. This is why our alliance matters.
My Lords, I would really like to thank the Noble Lord Ahmed for initiating this debate and for his excellent opening remarks, and say also how proud I am to sit behind the Noble Lord Coker and my party in relation to our approach to the war in Ukraine. Just to say that I've been to Ukraine for maybe up to 4 months since the war began. I've been 4 times. I've been all over the country, spending a lot of time in Kiev, also in Odessa. And I would say to the House there are 2 very intense and conflicting emotions that characterise people in Ukraine. The first is a visceral loathing of Russia, a desire to protect their homeland and their freedom. And the second is a genuine weariness with the war, a genuine sense of grief over the loss. You mentioned, Lord Ahmed, the 300,000 Russian dead, but you didn't mention what looks like to be over 200,000 Ukrainian dead over this period, which is a huge number relative to the size of the country. And I also wish to commend the government in terms of the policy they have pursued from the outset. One of the very strange experiences of being in Ukraine is the uniform affection for Britain that characterises people throughout Ukraine. We have established trust, which is an incredible thing. It is to be noted as well through the Belvedere process and other things that Lord Risby mentioned, very powerfully that we have assumed a leadership position in relation to the Eastern European states, most particularly Poland, but also the Baltic states. I noted in Scandinavia too, they are looking to Britain for not just military leadership, but political leadership, and this is an extraordinary circumstance, not unrelated to the fact, which we haven't mentioned in this debate so far, which is that Germany and France are both remain deeply confused. Lord Robertson mentioned one rule of politics. It's not what you say, it's what's heard. I would really commend to the House the other golden rule of politics as developed by Muhammad Ali, which is that you never get knocked out by a punch you see coming. It seems that Germany and France are still both reeling around. They still can't comprehend the scale. It's important to note that the two new parties that have come out explicitly for peace in Germany, the AfD and the Sarah Wagenknecht Alliance, are both now polling above any of the coalition partners in the German government. That there is a very strong feeling within Germany. We also note that Le Pen, the force in France that is most in favour of peace in the Russia-Ukraine war, is also leading in the polls. So we have extraordinarily an outstanding capacity, as Lord Risby pointed out, to actually take a leading role if we can coordinate all the different aspects of the help. So I also wish to commend the speech by the Noble Earl of Oxford in relation to, I don't think there's any significant difference between Vladimir Putin, Ivan the Terrible, Peter the Great and Catherine the Great in this regards in terms of a besieged imperial Russia. But there is one element of dissent. You know, Lord Coker said that this is not an academic debate, and I apologise to him. It's really difficult to leave the field. In international relations terms, I'm a realist. The gallant Lord Stewart, his words have to be heard very strongly in terms of the long-term development of our capacity within the defence, and most particularly the Navy. And that brings me to Lord Ahmed, just the one area of dissent which was also with Lord Bill Moria, which is that the port of Odessa is essentially besieged by the Russian army. I mean, very little gets in. Some stuff is allowed out. But this is leading to long-term consequences for the import of the very fundamental needs of Ukraine. White goods, medicines, everything's coming in from Poland by land, which is 10 times the price. And effectively, Ukraine has been cut off from the Black Sea trade, which is essentially stymied. So building on other contributions that have been made, and I'll be as brief as I can, but we have to conceptualise some form of ceasefire here strategically so that we can build up our arms, so that we can build up the long-term strategic relationships with partners. And we have to acknowledge, therefore, that the assumption that was very prevalent at the beginning of the war, that Russia would fall, that Putin would fall, this is now, I think, to be termed in the levels of fantasy. The Russian state has consolidated its alliances with China, with North Korea, particularly in terms of drone technology, with Iran. These are very serious, that the economic sanctions that we imposed had not had the effect that we wish them to have. And that therefore Russian interests and Russian capacities have to form part of our calculation of how we pursue. And the first conclusion is that we need to build up our own. That will take several years to do, but also that we have very great interest in some form of ceasefire, because the losses inflicted on Ukraine are quite frankly unendurable. And we have to notice, which has been looming, the dark shadow looming, that President Trump won't even meet representatives of the Ukrainian government. It's not that he's indifferent, it's that he's actively hostile. And so we have to bear an enormous burden moving forward. And I would say that one aspect of the ceasefire would be to go back to a previous tradition as relation to Gdansk, or Danzig was in the First World War, that Odessa becomes a free city, that Russians lift their naval blockade. That will enable Ukraine to reconstruct its economy and rebuild its civic institutions.
My Lords, Lord Shinquin is taking part remotely, and I now invite Lord Shinquin to speak.
My Lords, I congratulate the noble Lord Camoys on his outstanding maiden speech. Like other noble lords, I also applaud the consistent support which His Majesty's government has given Ukraine since a completely unwarranted and illegitimate invasion by Russia almost 2 years ago. The Foreign Secretary is surely right to warn of how dangerous the world has become. Of course, danger always exists, but the international convergence of evil, which Vladimir Putin has facilitated and is indeed leading, is truly frightening. Such are the depths of his depravity. My Lords, I'm afraid I must disagree strongly with the remarks of my noble friend Lord Balfe, because surely history teaches us that we cannot afford for Putin to prevail because the price is too high. As the Foreign Secretary has said, appeasement does not pay. I'm not suggesting Lord Balfe was necessarily advocating that, but the lessons of the 1930s surely show us that evil begets evil. To think that a triumphant Putin would stop at Ukraine would be an incredibly costly delusion. Pain postponed would simply be pain magnified. I'm sure I'm not alone in my humble gratitude to the people of Ukraine for their incredible courage, resolve, and sacrifice. I say sacrifice because whilst, of course, it is their country that is under brutal attack and whose existence President Zelensky and his countrymen and women are determined to defend, it is clear that they also understand the gravity of the threat to the free world. My Lords, they are our buffer, the only thing standing between the democracies of the West and a much wider conflict, which others have also suggested would engulf the Baltic states, Poland, and thus NATO, which is why I, like other noble lords, welcome the government's commitment of $2.5 billion in military aid for 24-25, because the increase of $200 million on last year is commensurate with the increased threat both to Ukraine and to us. But my lords, in addition to the essential military support we give Ukraine, it must be right to consider what more we can do to support them in other ways. How can we use our formidable legal authority and expertise to secure justice for those so brutally butchered in Bucha and elsewhere? And how do we support its refugees, as the noble Baroness Lady Suti asked? Could my little friend tell the House what is being done to ensure that the UK is leading the efforts to establish an ad hoc tribunal for the crime of aggression, and also exploring how our courts can play a role in prosecuting the perpetrators? My noble friend, the Minister, will know that the noble Lord Alton of Liverpool and the noble Baroness Lady Kennedy of the Shores, KC, have introduced respectively the Genocide Determination Bill and the Genocide Prevention and Response Bill. I hope very much that in preparing its response to the second readings of each bill, the government will engage constructively with both esteemed members of your Lordship's House, in particular, to remind them, or rather to recognise the urgent need to be seen to facilitate justice for the people of Ukraine in the face of Putin's seemingly insatiable appetite for atrocity. Closer to home, according to published government statistics, as of this month, arrivals under the two main refugee schemes totalled over 198,000, of which the Association of Ukrainians in Great Britain estimate that over 30,000 are children in either schools or college. The first visas are due to expire in March 2025. The critical question is not the actual date of expiry, but how long before expiry people will have to apply for whatever new visa scheme the government announces. My Lords, I fully appreciate that my noble friend, Noble Earl Minto, who's responding to this debate, may not be in a position to answer these questions himself today, but could I ask him either to write to me following consultation with Home Office colleagues, or to ask them to write to me, saying when the government intends to make an announcement on new policy, that they will ensure that the process is also announced at the same time as the policy, that it's robust enough to cope with the likely number of applications at any given time, that they will develop a programme of information, including printed and online material in Ukrainian and English, and webinars to explain choices and processes clearly, that they will create an application window of at least 6 months before visa expiry, that is, by no later than this September, so as to allow the refugees sufficient time, and that they will set up a staffed helpline to answer queries and respond to specific issues relating to a personal application in real time. My noble friend will know how much the government's work in this area is hugely appreciated by the Ukrainian community, whether that's in education, employment or housing. My Lords, I end by asking my noble friend if he could use his influence to establish when the Prime Minister intends to respond to the recent letter to him and other party leaders from Bishop Novatovsky, Bishop of the Ukrainian Catholic Diocese here in London, who is leading tremendous efforts to support the Ukrainian community here in the UK concerning the visa scheme and continuing support for refugees.
My Lords, I extend my sincere gratitude to my noble friend, Lord Ahmed, for bringing this crucial issue of Ukraine to the forefront of our discussions today. And I congratulate my noble friend, Lord Camoys, on his maiden speech and welcome him. Thank you. My Lords, as we find ourselves entering the third calendar year of the Ukraine conflict, it is with a heavy heart that we acknowledge Russia's control over large swathes of the country. The global community must rally together, for without the collective support of its global neighbours and the community, Ukraine faces the perilous risk of permanent fracture. My Lords, such an outcome poses not only an existential threat to Europe's security and democracy, but also the potential creation of a new division akin to the modern Berlin Wall. Our responsibility to our European neighbours demands that we take every measure possible to prevent this dire scenario. While the stakes are undesirably high on a large scale, we must not lose sight of the individual lives and the livelihoods at risk. Each Ukrainian citizen, uninviting, is subjected to this barrage of assaults on their fundamental rights to a decent life, to a decent education, deserves our unwavering support, and to their future. The consequences of displacement, over 60% of those displaced are women, caused by the conflict, we are stark, creating distinctive needs and heightened vulnerabilities. My Lords, the human cost of this conflict is immeasurable, with families torn apart, the risks of sexual violence and exploitation intensified, because these predators are everywhere, and there will be children, women, and babies, like my friend has just mentioned earlier, Baroness Amos, are being taken away as we speak today. Let us not forget the evidence that war the evidence that war crimes, including rape and disposition of children, are occurring within Europe itself, and these harrowing realities should weigh heavily on our minds as we debate on the level of our support. Last year, the United Kingdom, my lords, hosted the Ukrainian Recovery Conference, aimed at rehabilitating Ukraine and laying the foundation for its inclusive and sustainability recovery. Placing gender equality and women's meaningful participation at the forefront is not just a moral imperative, but a strategic necessity for success. Women and civil society are indispensable for first responders in the war, should be essential to the planning, distribution, oversight of the funds in the reconstructive effort, in health, education, investment from around the world, and jobs. And let me tell you that we know in the DRC, where it's not quite relevant to this, but just that women and children have not been being educated, so it's really difficult to bring in employment to those who have to be trained before they can be employed, even in the most basic tasks. My lords, Ukrainian women leading humanitarian relief work are crucial to the recovery discussions. With access to marginalised communities, they are best suited to contribute to these efforts. Moreover, my lords, women represent most of the highly educated and skilled workforce in Ukraine, capable of strengthening the anti-corruption measures, modernising the energy sector, and driving Ukraine's reformed agenda. Inclusion of women, particularly in local Ukraine women, at all levels of the negotiations is not just vital, my lords, but essential. The shocking reality that, on average, women constitute only 14% of the negotiating teams in the current conflict demands our attention. Peace agreements signed by women delegates correlate with lasting peace, as we all know, emphasising the urgency of promoting women's participation in conflict negotiations. My lords, in the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine, women have been largely excluded as peace negotiators, despite their active involvement in the conflict, with some 60,000 women serving in the Ukraine armed forces, including 5,000 on the front line. It is disheartening to note that the absence of women, both the Russia and Ukraine sides during the peace talks. While Russia has undermined the women, peace and security agenda, Ukraine is committed to its own policy for its implementation, and we must address this concern. Women's inclusion must not be an afterthought. It must be at the forefront of principle for achieving more inclusive outcomes in the long term. My lords, in conclusion, I urge the government to shed a light on its efforts to ensure women's presence at all levels of negotiations between Ukraine and Russia, including saying that if we can't have the right proportion of women, we're not prepared to sit down. I know this is a risk, but it has to be so, and I know that the Minister has given undertakings on different issues around this issue. Upholding the security of our democracy and its values in Parliament, and including women in the process, is a proven strategy for success. Let us not merely add women and stir, but rather embrace women's representation at the peace in indispensable means to secure more inclusive and a just future for all.
My Lords, I start by offering my own welcome to Lord Camoys and congratulating him on an excellent maiden speech. If I can make so bold, his relative youth, which I welcome, reminds me that the Oxford Union will debate the situation in Ukraine at its meeting on the 22nd of February. The motion will be that this House believes Ukraine should negotiate with Russia to end the war now. I've been invited to speak in the debate, and although I have much sympathy with the motion, I intend to oppose it. My grounds for doing so will undoubtedly benefit from what I've already heard and will hear today. But my grounds are primarily based on a self-derived and clinically strategic view that it is not in our national interest to encourage or pressurise Ukraine to seek peace. Why do I say this? Well, if we pause to remind ourselves of the situation at the outbreak of the current phase of Russian aggression in Ukraine 2 years ago, there's a general consensus that Putin made a strategic miscalculation in ordering his invasion. And the miscalculation was based on three underpinning assumptions. Those assumptions were first that Ukraine's armed forces were weak, Russian armed forces were strong, and that NATO lacked the political integrity and military capability to act in a coherent way. All three assumptions in different ways proved wrong. But the relevant issue from a UK position was not that Putin was internally misled about the quality of his own armed forces, or that he misjudged the integrity and resilience of the Ukrainian people. No, the relevant issue for us is that Putin did not think that NATO would respond in a united or militarily meaningful way. And he did not think so because he had more than enough evidence to support the view that NATO was internally fractured, underfunded, globally distracted, wafer thin in respect of warfighting resilience, and optimised for cyclical training rather than conventional deterrence. Remarkably, the UK's refresh of the integrated review did not concede this major strategic point, that NATO and the UK as the leading European nation of NATO had in truth failed in their primary task of conventional deterrence in Europe. Now, obviously, in fairness, NATO and the UK should be congratulated in that they have done rather better than Putin assumed. Indeed, the subsequent success of NATO has been in its ability to maintain the war in Ukraine as one that, in the terms that military professionals would describe, as being limited. Limited in terms of both geography and in the means employed. The limitation on the means employed needs further explanation. The calibration of NATO's support to Ukraine is being very carefully assessed as sufficient to keep Ukraine in the fight, but not so significant as to bring about a humiliation of Russia that risks an escalation of force beyond the tactical nuclear threshold. I wholly accept the moral and ethical challenge that this situation represents. To sustain an ally in a war that it cannot be permitted to decisively win is a deeply questionable policy from a moral perspective. But I do think that the risk of nuclear escalation, even of a tactical nature, represents an overriding concern that justifies the questionable morality of the policy. The ground situation in Ukraine today has many of the hallmarks of a self-hurting stalemate, en route to a frozen conflict, but only in a localised sense. The latter, the frozen conflict on land, might result in some element of conflict termination, but there are absolutely no grounds to pursue any hope yet of conflict resolution. And I do not believe, as many others have said today, that military means will alone bring about the context for such resolution. But what in the meantime should the UK and NATO do or be doing in military terms? Well, I would offer three things. First, NATO should continue to calibrate its military support for Ukraine in an ever more coherently funded and programmed way, but also in a way that maintains the limited nature of the conflict. The desire should be, of course, for Ukraine to enjoy incremental tactical advantage on land, but it should also recognise that a decisive outcome of the land battle is highly unlikely, whereas a greater strategic advantage can more easily be achieved, for example, in the Black Sea, or by the wider erosion of Russian will. Second, and as a part of the erosion of Russian will, NATO should re-establish the effective conventional deterrence of Russia. There's a lot involved in this, but primarily it's about providing the resources to re-establish NATO's war-fighting resilience, and it's about deploying the forces of NATO not in some elegant but wholly inefficient force generation cycle, but in accordance with a general defence plan optimised to convey an unmistakable deterrent message. And then thirdly, NATO should have the strategic patience to accept that so long as Ukraine is prepared to fight, and in truth continue to erode the Russian threat to Europe by proxy, we should not dictate the terms on which Ukraine should seek to resolve the conflict. And it must certainly not be pressured into seeking to resolve the conflict on terms that its own people cannot accept, or that Russia could present as victory, or from which Russia could seek to derive encouragement for future aggression. The lesson in all this for the current or any future UK government is simple. We must remember the simple paradox on which armed forces are built. The better they are, the less likely it is that they will need to be used. The hollowing out of the United Kingdom's conventional armed forces over the last 20 years has been a significant contributory factor to recent Russian aggression. Governments should take serious and urgent note of military advocacy that seeks to rebuild military deterrent capability. It is a failure to make that investment that has brought about the current, more dangerous and far more expensive situation. I look forward in a couple of weeks' time to finding out what the young and lively minds of Oxford are thinking. I travel in the perhaps naive hope that in the strategic context of 2024, they may be thinking that investing in defence is more important than tax giveaways.
My Lords, I became aware of this interesting quote from the Lithuanian Foreign Minister, Gabrielis Landsbergis, from the 22nd of January. Nobody knows the exact timeline of Russia's madness, but we know Ukraine is buying us time and paying for it with blood. If Ukraine wins, Russia's expansion will be halted. If not, we will be wishing we had used the bought time more efficiently. As noble lords have observed, we are in exceptionally perilous times. We need to avoid both unnecessary and out-of-control escalation, as a noble and gallant lord has just told us, and get on that track of doom, but we must not be too timid either. My lords, I have been going through my paternal grandfather's library, which is now mine, and it is interesting to see what he kept from the 1930s and read many times. Obviously several little hearts, but also a most interesting book by Captain J.R. Kennedy, MC. These books all drew attention to our then poorly equipped army with recruiting difficulties. Most importantly, the army was only configured for bush warfare and protection of the home base. Again, what the noble and gallant lord was saying about our current situation, and there was a lack of large-scale exercises which properly tested commanders and supporting logistics. We left rearming far too late. We know what happened next. We were regularly defeated for quite some time, and as the noble Lord Coker said, appeasement did not work. That is why I have asked on numerous occasions, when did the British Army last deploy a largely fully formed and supported division for manoeuvre and deployment training? And the answer is over 30 years ago. I have to say that ministers sometimes got muddled up between just exercising a divisional headquarters and the staff term largely fully formed and supported division. That is why I'm so pleased to hear about Exercise Steadfast Endeavour, which is really good news. My lords, the government has done really very well in responding to the invasion of Ukraine and has usually been on the front foot. However, as many noble lords, especially the noble and gallant lord, have observed, we and our allies have only done enough to prevent Ukraine from being defeated, but not enough and quickly enough to enable the Ukrainian forces to eject Russian forces from their territory, and it's really helpful for the noble gallant lord to explain why that might be. Furthermore, we have been sending the wrong signals of deterrence from at least 2014 and possibly 2010 by running down the British Army in order to meet voter aspirations and spending their money elsewhere, whilst not educating the public about the consequences of a 100% debt to GDP ratio. My lords, I know what noble lords, especially the noble Lord MacDonald, have said about the situation in the US and the need for us in Europe to find a solution to the problem. As I have said before, and my noble friend the Minister explained today, in Europe we have vastly more economic and industrial capability than the Russians. With the Americans otherwise engaged, it will be difficult and painful, but we now have to rearm ourselves, especially but not exclusively in the land component. What systems we invest in is a matter for the capability managers within the Ministry of Defence. However, I would envisage having the military effect equivalent to at least 2 armoured divisions with full logistic support back to the home bank. This would still be less than what we had in the old BOR day. My Lords, in answer to the question posed by the Noble Lord MacDonald, hitherto the minimal increases in defence expenditure have not been detectable by the general public. This will change. We have maxed out on our national credit card by having a good time, and many believe that we have reached the limit of our taxation capacity. In order to deter by rearming, the necessary cutbacks elsewhere will be unbelievably tough, and there will be howls of pain. It will be extremely difficult to convince the public of the necessity. And by the way, 3% might not be enough. But it will always be more cost-effective to ramp up now rather than later, and in doing so, avoid a war by means of deterring further military activity by the Russians. We must not fritter away the time bought by the Ukrainians at such high costs. But the difficulty is that we cannot ramp up defence expenditure and hard capability quickly, and we are not going to directly intervene in Ukraine in any case. And any new capability would only meet our Article 5 commitments and provide deterrence. My Lord, so far as munitions are concerned, my understanding is that we are still pussyfooting around trying to determine by when we should have our own stocks replenished. As the noble and gallant Lord Stirrup and my noble friend Lord Vasey indicated, at European NATO level, we need to coordinate which country makes what defence materiel for Ukraine, and fast. For example, if it was agreed that we make 155 and even 152mm artillery natures, we should build a new, fully integrated Royal Ordnance factory and task it with making at least 100,000 rounds per month. And we should commence production within a few months. To do this, as a minimum, ministers would need to take drastic powers to disregard all planning laws, direct industrial production, and requisition existing machine tools from the rest of industry. If all European states were to do something similar for other capabilities, it is just possible that Putin might feel the ground shifting onto him in the way that the noble Lord Robertson has described. The alternative is too dreadful to think about.
My Lords, can I add my congratulations to the noble Lord Camoys on his maiden speech and welcome him to your Lordship's house. One of the great privileges of being a newish member of this House is listening to debates on the great geopolitical issues of our time, conducted by so many eminent experts. I don't pretend to be one of those, but I wanted to speak in this debate to highlight some of the outstanding work that has been done in and by our people, our communities and councils around the United Kingdom to welcome refugees from Ukraine, and which has done very much to strengthen the bond between our two countries. Before I do so, can I echo what other noble lords have said about the huge courage, determination and resolve of the people of Ukraine and their leaders in defending their country and the rest of Europe, because that's what it means, from the undiluted evil of Putin and his regime. Can I also pay tribute to the local leaders in the cities of Ukraine, Their mayors and leaders have been ever present in supporting their people and communities through this dreadful war. Here in the UK, in spite of the awful battering that local government funding has taken, its remarkable ability to step up in a crisis has been powerfully demonstrated recently, both during the pandemic and again so soon afterwards in 2022, when called upon after Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Councils have a proud history of welcoming new arrivals, stepping forward at times of crisis to offer homes and support so families and individuals can build new lives in the UK. Supporting arrivals from Ukraine required a redesign of council services at pace and at scale to ensure vital host arrangements are safe and supported. There are nearly 200,000 visa holders in UK schemes. Local authorities have been at the forefront of the Ukraine refugee response and have stepped up fast-paced, holistic integration support, working closely with the government, with health partners and the voluntary and community sector and many other key partners. Local authorities are responsible for arranging wellbeing checks on Homes for Ukraine scheme arrivals, which has helped identify the needs of Ukraine refugees, and to ensure appropriate support referrals. Councils have been providing a wide range of services and support, including safeguarding and accommodation checks, wellbeing checks, welcome arrangements, supporting Ukrainians to understand their status and entitlements, including benefits, GP registrations, setting up bank accounts, housing and homeless support, supporting children into school and with additional educational needs, and English for speakers of other languages, ESOL access, and employment support, and a wide range of other community engagement and integration support. Councils have played a key role in building cohesion across local communities, helping to build a sense of belonging for all, facilitating opportunities for those from different backgrounds to form relationships with others, and in responding to cohesion challenges and community tensions where they arise. A collaborative effort from a wide range of council and local services continues to take place, including support for hosts, housing and homelessness, health and mental health support, ESOL, childcare, job advice and access. And many local authorities also have regular drop-in events and support hubs open to Ukrainian arrivals and other refugees to help them address their needs. My Lords, it is absolutely right, and in accordance with our long history of welcoming refugees, that this open and welcoming approach has been undertaken on behalf of British communities to our Ukraine refugees. Of course, there are remaining challenges to enable us to provide the very best support, and if I may ask the Minister to address some of those in his response today, but I would also be happy if he would meet with me and representatives of local government to look at these in more detail. Firstly, funding. On a positive note, there has been no reduction in funding for unaccompanied minors and the additional funding for Year 2, which we welcome. But we are seeing reductions in funding for arrivals since January 2023 from 10,500 to 5,900, and there are still disparities between the Ukraine and Afghan refugee resettlement schemes. There are no family payments for hosts using the Ukraine Family Visa Scheme. Is that being reviewed, please? We are hearing concerns about the increased homelessness among Ukrainian refugees. Of course, we have discussed many times in your Lordship's House the national housing crisis, which impacts on refugees as well. Last year, 8,900 Ukraine households presented as homeless and 870 were placed in temporary accommodation. We are still waiting to hear about the outcome of the review of allocations to 127 councils of European structural funding for housing, as the funds were placed on hold while the DWP explored an alternative model of funding. And it would be helpful to know how that funding is to be split between devolved administrations. Can the Minister tell us what efforts are being made to attract new sponsors and whether we will see a confirmation of thank you payments? With 23% of Ukraine refugees telling us they've struggled to access ESOL services, what more can be done to support that access? Our councils are telling us there is an urgent need for more support with mental health needs of refugees, including trauma-informed support, and what is being done to ensure that this is available with language support and with attention to ensure mental health support is culturally appropriate. There have been issues relating to the provision of data on visa issuance to local authorities. If this can be improved, it would allow collective oversight of numbers and needs. And we've already heard from the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Gloucester and the Noble Lord Shinquin about the issues in need for more certainty around the current visa scheme as original visas reach their expiry dates. My Lords, although there are remaining challenges, the British people have rightly opened their hearts and their homes to the people of Ukraine, and the councils that represent British people have stepped up with support, as we would anticipate and expect. Local government, like our national government, stands with the people of Ukraine. We stand with them today, we stand with them tomorrow, and we stand with them for as long as it takes.
Yeah. My Lords, it's a real pleasure to follow the Noble Lady in the very pertinent questions that she asked, and extremely valid questions. And I hope that the Minister will have an opportunity of replying to them in detail when he winds this debate. Can I also welcome the Noble Lord Camoys to his place for his excellent maiden speech. He remarked the relief it is when people get your name correct at the start. When I arrived here, within my first week, I received a bill from the restaurant addressed to Lord Pelvis. But I dutifully paid. To some extent, my Lords, the debate that we're having today, and this is alluded to by the Noble Earl of Oxford and Asquith, that we are marking the 10th anniversary of Russian aggression. It isn't 2 years since the war. This has been for now a decade. But I want to start where my noble friend Baroness Sutty started in her excellent contribution, which was the human toll and the traumatised communities. And she was absolutely right to single out the elderly within Ukraine. But also, she mentioned, as my noble friend Baroness Brinton did, those within Russia who have been oppressed, both those who have not been able to have the economic means of avoiding the consequences and the economic consequences of the sanctions, or may well have been put into the front line on a lie, sent to fight on a lie, being lied to on the way. But also those such as Vladimir Kara-Murza, who's received the Liberal International Prize of Freedom, and I had the pleasure of speaking at the presentation of the award to his wife with my noble friend Baroness Brinton. These individuals within Russia should also be part of our consideration in these debates, because they are also victims of Putin's aggression. We also know that those Ukrainians who we have provided shelter to in a storm require ongoing support. And that has been a really interesting thread throughout this debate from many speakers with regards to the needs for the UK to offer continuing support. And this means that it will not just be ministers, and we're grateful for having FCDO and defence ministers, but as was alluded to, Home Office ministers and DWP ministers who are now part of this priority for us. I have visited the Verkhovna Rada, as well as my noble friends have, on a number of occasions, and indeed I was in the Maidan in 2014, shortly after, and seeing the charred buildings had been referred to. But I had seen the resilience of their parliament in the Rada, where, let's not forget, at the outset of the aggression 2 years ago, Russian special forces were sent to their parliament to assassinate and to kidnap. But throughout the horrors of the attacks since in Kiev, MPs are still active in their committees and in their debates as a parliament. Yes, as one MP told me, they've received AK-47 training, but equally they are working in their constituencies. They are ensuring that there is immediate recovery, immediate restoration of services. And the bravery of MPs and civil servants, and those that are ensuring that services continue, is a testimony to the resilience of the Ukrainian people and for what it represents. It represents democracy being strong in war, not weak. And a democracy defending itself against an autocratic aggression and attempts at subjugation is a model for the rest of the world. The Financial Times earlier this year, at the beginning of this year, had highlighted that about half of global adults will be voting in elections in 2024. It's a remarkable feat. But it also said that democracy is not just about voting in occasional elections. Respect for human rights, rule of law and checks and balances, including robust institutions and independent media, are also indispensable. It says, by these measures, freedom is in retreat or on the defensive in much of the world. And as we have this debate today, we would think that is the case. But it ended by saying Democrats should not despair, because yes, for every sham election that there will be in Russia in March or in Iran coming up, there have been elections in Taiwan and Poland where we have seen Democrats and those liberals with big and small L's who have been successful. But another thread in this debate has been a question about what success or failure may look like for Putin and what may be the ingredients that might bring about this. Well, on one reading, of course, it's territorial possession and subjugation of Ukraine. But on another reading, and this is where I have more sympathy, it is halting the advance of the rules-based international order. And we need to be clear-eyed. A new dysfunctional Security Council, a re-establishment of a form of non-aligned movements and divisions within the global south and richer countries, including within the Commonwealth, are one element of this. And if the noble Lord Robertson, in his excellent contribution, is correct that one man can end this, then unfortunately we need to maybe rely on elections to do with some other men, including that between Biden and Trump, or indeed those within the Senate. And it is out of our hands. But nevertheless, we see Prime Minister Tusk now taking on Prime Minister Orban. So there are those that will be supporting the rules-based international order. And of course, what is the alternative? Because the alternative for Russia and China, who do not support the rules-based international order, they prefer, as they would term it, a multipolar world. For them, a rules-based international order is one of hypocrisy, one where there are double standards in the United States and Europe and the UK. However, as from our perspective, of course, a multipolar world is one where Russia and China will seek to impose on their near neighbours their systems and to disrupt and to divide. So if these are elements of a global nature with regards to what the likely impact of this may be, what are the elements that are within our hands here at home? And there are elements that we have in our own command. The first is the UK's relationships with the Global South. Ministers will not be surprised that I mentioned the fact that we have regretted from these benches a retreat on the UK commitment for official development assistance. This is not only just noticed in the Global South, it's had an impact. And for every time that a rich country retreats on its official development assistance, Sergei Lavrov is there on a visit to highlight the hypocrisy and the double standards. It's in our strategic interest that we have official development assistance at the 0.7 level. We've heard much of defence increase, and I support that, including the calls from the noble and gallant Lord. But defence increase without requisite diplomacy and development increases will simply not be effective or proactive. And when it comes to delays in visa applications, or as the Foreign Secretary said to me, funds had been diverted away from supporting minorities such as the Rohingyas because of our support for Ukrainians, this plays into a narrative from Moscow. Secondly, as my noble friends Baroness Sutton and Brinton had said, with regards to the UK's immobilised assets, I welcome what the government has done in this regard, and Lord Ahmad and ministers know that when we've debated Russian sanctions on every opportunity, these benches have offered a very strong support to them. And now we have, as Lord Bennion had said to us, £21.6 billion of immobilised assets within the UK. Across Europe as a whole, €300 billion. I asked the Minister yesterday, and I'll repeat the calls, that from our perspective, we believe that there is an extremely strong case to be looking with urgency at a windfall tax on the interest and the assets that are immobilised. The European Union has now decided to do this. This will release 2.3 billion euros, which they will use as part of the funds to support the Ukrainian people. The UK now has measures in place through legislation that will allow us to do that. What we need is political will and consensus in order for us to act quickly. Our friends in Ukraine and in the Parliament are calling on us to do it, and we should heed those calls and we should act. Because not only does it mean that we will release much needed funds for the Ukrainian people, it will send a signal that the proper use of the rule of law, combined with our intent that those with wealth will not circumvent sanctions and frozen assets, will mean that we will send very strong signals to many other countries who unfortunately harbour many of those who are seeking to circumvent. My Lords, also since the Noble Earl Minto is winding, I'd be grateful if you can clarify with regards to the very welcome commitment for military support that the UK has provided. It is a year ago that we debated in this House and in questions where the government had given its commitment to provide Challenger 2 tanks and other military equipment. Would the Minister, and he's winding up, be clear that what we had committed last year has been deployed and is operational? Because there is little point in us making announcements that we will give military support if it is not operational and it is not deployed. In her quite frank New Year address, the Danish Prime Minister, Mette Frederiksen, said this, I quote, "Ukraine lacks ammunition. Europe has not delivered what is needed. We will press for more European production. It's urgent." And she also highlighted that of the 1 million artillery rounds the EU had promised Ukraine by March this year, less than a third have so far been delivered. My Lords, let me close with some words with regards that goes back to the challenge that we ultimately will face as the United Kingdom within the rules-based international order, from those from the historian Timothy Garton Ash. He said recently, Vladimir Putin is determined to defeat and destroy an independent Ukraine. Ukraine is equally determined to resist. But what are the rest of the world's democracies resolved to achieve in this epoch-defining struggle? The answer we give in 2024 will not only shape the future of Europe, it will also tell us something important about the relative strengths of early 21st century democracy and autocracy. It is correct. Ukraine's war is our war. Indeed, it is for the very world that we believe in.
Yeah. My Lords, can I too start with congratulating the Noble Lord, Lord Conway, on his excellent maiden speech, and I think his career in foreign affairs and diplomacy will greatly add to our debates in the future, so I very much welcome him here today. My Lords, I know I have said this on previous occasions, and the Noble Lord, Lord Ahmed, has stressed it too. The fact that this Parliament and the peoples of the United Kingdom remain united in supporting Ukraine is sending a really strong message to Putin and his allies. We stand with NATO allies in providing military, economic, diplomatic and humanitarian assistance to Ukraine in the face of this illegal invasion. And of course, we've heard in this debate the courage and the resilience of Ukraine's brave defenders is remarkable. And I think we should take huge pride in the training and aid our armed forces and NATO allies are providing. It's clear, and we've heard it very strongly through this debate, that Putin must be defeated in Ukraine. And of course, the cost of this war has been horrendous. We've heard how he's used food, supplies to Africa, weaponizing important humanitarian aid in periods of drought. We've heard about the terrible crimes that have been committed. And of course, we've also heard about the huge loss of life, not least the brave servicemen fighting for Ukraine, but also the hundreds of thousands of Russian forces who've been sacrificed It's outrageous and it's terrible. And I just hope that message does get through, despite Putin's attempts to hide all the news in Russia. My lords, we must stand full square behind Ukraine, strengthening its hand in the battlefield, supporting relief and reconstruction, and maintaining Western unity, isolating Putin and undermining his war effort. We must ensure that our diplomatic coalition remains robust and committed to Ukraine's victory. As ever, our armed forces have played a key role, and certainly, as I mentioned, our training efforts, both in terms of Ukrainian recruits trained here, 30,000, and the RAF transported hundreds of thousands of aid, and we thank them for all the support they are providing. But as my noble friend Lord Coker said in his introduction to this debate, with the general election there may be change of government, but there will be no change to Britain's resolve in confronting Russia's aggression and pursuing Putin's crimes and standing with Ukraine. We are in this for the long term, absolutely for the long term. And I too welcome the 10-year plan, defence agreement. But I think, as we've heard in the debate, it is vital that Ukraine actually has a better idea of what they will receive over the next 10 years. It can't be just on a 1 year by 1 year basis. We need to urgently, as we've heard in the debate, ramp up our own industry. We need to encourage our allies to do more and to make clear to Putin, as my noble friend Lord Robertson said, we need to make clear that things will get worse and not better for Russia, and that he can't win. There needs to be for a stockpile strategy to sustain and support Ukraine and rearm Britain, as the noble Lord Attlee said. Ukraine is depleting our military stockpiles, and the government, unfortunately, is acting too slowly to replenish them. The noble and gallant Lord Stirrup is absolutely right in this regard. We need to shift parts of our defence industry and MOD procurement onto an urgent operating footing, both to support Ukraine for the long term and to rebuild our stocks for the future, so ably argued by the noble Lord Camoys. My lords, the other area, and the noble Lord Purvis mentioned, is that the government announced or indicated, I think it was the first time in October 22, that it in principle was supportive of seizing Russian state assets to fund Ukraine's reconstruction. I certainly welcomed the reconstruction conference that was held. But no specific proposals have been forthcoming. And yesterday, the noble Lord Ahmed did say G7 partners are urgently discussing this, ensuring that any action we take is legally robust. Well, we need a little bit more urgency to ensure that we can effectively use these assets and take up some of the initiatives that have been pursued in the European Union. And can I also say that this is not an issue that is just simply being started here, and I also reflect the point made by my noble friend Lord Robinson again. It's not just Democrats in the US that are supporting this. There is very strong support amongst the Republican Party to seize these assets to rebuild Ukraine. We've seen legislation drafted and supported by Republicans. And whilst I absolutely agree and share the concern about the future, we should not simply see the United States as a one-person country. The United States is made up of many states and politicians, and a large number of them are strongly backing Ukraine in its fight against Putin. My lords, another area that I've been concerned about for some time is that the government has been too slow in ridding the United Kingdom of illicit finance and fully implementing the recommendations of the Intelligence and Security Committee's 2020 Russia report. We must never allow London to act as an ecosystem of lawyers, accountants, company formation agents and others who have facilitated the very people behind the Russian regime and ultimately aiding Putin's illegal war. My Lords, there are three clear messages, I think, that we've heard from this debate. The first, I suppose, is a priority, which is to urge the United States and the European Union to deliver support urgently, to commit to that as quickly as possible. The other is to focus on our diplomatic efforts and particularly broadening the alliance that we have established so far, and we've got a very strong alliance on NATO. But I do welcome the efforts of the Noble Lord, Lord Ahmed, in terms of building that alliance beyond and certainly our engagement at the General Assembly. And I think we need to refocus not just our activities at the Security Council level, but certainly look at UNGA as a way of building those alliances and deepening the alliance. The third area, which sadly I don't think I've heard too much in this debate, is how do we actually strengthen our sanctions and our ability to undermine the Russian economy and its ability to fight this war. And certainly we need to close loopholes and step up enforcement. And I certainly, I mentioned in the debate on the Russian sanctions we had on Tuesday, the letter from Anne-Marie Trevelyan to all MPs, where she'd said that the UK, the EU and US had sent joint delegations to neighbouring countries around Russia, and particularly Uzbekistan, Georgia and Armenia, and certainly bilateral arrangements with Turkey and Serbia. She did say in that letter were yielding positive results. I know from my own visit recently to Georgia, there was certainly a huge increase in the importation of luxury cars, which didn't stay very long in Georgia and were being moved into Russia. And I think we need to understand just how these loopholes are occurring and what we can do. And certainly the action on gas and oil is something we could address. But can the Noble Lord tell us in his response just what those positive results from those arrangements are? How are we evaluating them? Because it certainly looks like sanctions are fading. And of course, I welcome very much the creation of the Office of Trade Sanctions announced on the 11th of December. It's very welcome. And on Tuesday, Lord Bennion said that the government would also planning to legislate to give this new body a toolkit of civil enforcement powers, including the ability to level civil monetary penalties similar to the powers of the Office of Financial Sanctions Implementation. But Lord Bennion didn't really give us a timetable for this. I mean, we are now in an urgent situation. We need to make people aware. We need to have these powers. So I hope he can indicate that to us today. And the Minister on Tuesday also addressed the fact that, there was a high level of breaches to sanctions, not because of intent, because of the lack of awareness, and we now have this body. And I think what we really want to know is how are we going to actually build up that campaign to make people incredibly aware, all businesses and all communities, of the importance of complying and implementing sanctions. And of course this comes to my final point in relation to that, is can we make these bodies more open to scrutiny by Parliament by making their activities subject to a quarterly report rather than the current annual system, which is rather a bit too late. Can I conclude, my Lords, in relation to what we've heard across the Chamber, which is the horrendous war crimes that have been committed by Russian troops, and certainly my noble friend Baroness Anderson of Stoke-on-Trent highlighted this, and I certainly do think that I welcome what the noble Lord Ahmed said in terms of our support to the ICC and our efforts to build a very strong case. But I would say that, Labour since March 22 has been calling for a special international tribunal to prosecute Putin and members of his armed forces for the crime of aggression. The EU backs the plan, and so does the Ukrainian government, and I hope we can give more positive support to this, because at the end of the day, what we need to do in terms of the future is ensure that people, when they commit these acts, know that they will be held to account by this country and other countries in the Allies. I very much welcome this debate, and I very much welcome the commitments by the noble Lord, the ministers, so far.
My Lords, I'm very grateful for the constructive, thoughtful and high-quality debate today, as indeed one would expect from so many distinguished former defence ministers, heads of our services, senior diplomats and many other noble lords with genuinely relevant experience and interests. And I would also like to add my congratulations to my noble friend Lord Camoys on his excellent maiden speech. Yeah. As somebody relatively new to the role, I've certainly found the thoughtful and insightful contributions of noble lords immensely valuable and broad-ranging. I continue to be moved by the enduring feelings of support for Ukraine, not only in this chamber, but internationally. And just as one example, I had the pleasure of attending a charity art exhibition last night, hosted by our Canadian friends to raise funds for the people of Ukraine. I spoke with representatives from Japan, Bangladesh, Qatar, Ukraine and Canada, to name a few, and without exception, they all expressed admiration for the UK's stance in its support for Ukraine. Now, if I may, let me recap briefly how we got here. Next month, as many noble lords has mentioned, it marks 2 years since Putin launched his full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and fully a decade since he invaded and annexed Crimea and sowed division in the Donbass. As Russian forces amassed on the border for their assault on Kyiv, Putin believed the Ukrainian army would be overrun in a matter of days. But President Zelensky declined to go quietly. Instead, and in no small part thanks to the UK training and weaponry, Russian soldiers were forced to retreat. Ukrainian forces have pushed the invading Russians out of more than half of the territory that they stole. Given that we are still in the midst of winter, it is unsurprising that our most recent assessment concludes that the conflict remains largely static, with both sides conducting operations across the front line. However, the Deputy Chief of Mission at the Ukraine Embassy said last night it was definitely not stalemate what was going on. Far from it. Intense battles are being waged constantly, and he worried that the Allies didn't fully appreciate this. A very interesting perspective, my lords, particularly in the light of Baroness Mayer's comments. I would also confirm Baroness Brinton's point, and that made by Lord Purvis of Tweed's confirmation, that Ukraine's Parliament's solidarity and the resilience of the population, also confirmed by the noble Lord Glassman, as to their determination to prevail. He was absolutely determined about that last night. But here's what we do know. Putin's imperial ambitions have suffered a severe blow, and the West will continue to drive this point into Putin's mind, to echo the noble Lord Robertson's of Port Ellen's wise words. Around 300,000 Russian troops have been killed or wounded. Russia's much vaunted Black Sea Fleet has scattered eastwards. And as for Putin himself, he suffers the dual humiliation of an attempted coup and is wanted by the International Criminal Court. The Russian economy is reeling from the most severe package of sanctions ever imposed on a major state, a problem exacerbated by the Kremlin's need to keep nigh on 400,000 troops in Ukraine and spend nearly 40% of public expenditure on defence and security, just to keep hold of what he has taken. Lord MacDonald of Salford makes a very good point on Russian appetite for risk, long war expected, and Ukraine fighting with Western equipment. Ukrainian forces, on the other hand, have been able to conduct pinpoint strikes against Russian military targets deep in Crimea, recently downing, as we heard, the A-50 mainstay radar detection aircraft over the Sea of Azov, and damaging command and control Kut aircraft. They've destroyed more than 15% of Russia's Black Sea naval fleet, enabling them to re-establish a critical maritime corridor for exports in the Black Sea, particularly for grain, to feed some of the poorest on the planet, and so important to Black Sea trade, as the noble Lord Glassman reminded us. Meanwhile, NATO and other freedom-loving democracies have been galvanized. As we have heard, the alliance is now larger and stronger than ever, and just beginning Operation Steadfast Defender, in which some 20,000 British personnel will be taking part. But, my lords, we must never forget the terrible toll this conflict has had on Ukraine. Many thousands have been killed. Critical national infrastructure has been damaged or destroyed, and millions have been displaced. Parts of the country have faced ecological catastrophe, and the east and southeast of the country remain spliced in two by an 800-kilometre long, heavily mined and fortified Russian line. This is all a tragic reminder of why it is so essential for Ukraine to win. And equally, it presents a dire warning to the West of what will happen if we don't face down Putin's threat. If we do not prevail, he will surely take this as an opportunity to go for further aggressive illegal action. Our challenge, as we enter 2024, is to ensure the West and our partners across the world do not lose resolve and continue giving Ukraine all that they need to overcome the invader. The Ukrainian armed forces are not going to give in anytime soon. They remain well-motivated, increasingly well-trained, well-led, and increasingly well-equipped. And the UK is determined to keep providing with Ukraine with what she needs to prevail and ultimately triumph, however long it may take. European support, temporarily held up, will hopefully be released by the Hungarians dropping its objection to be concluded at the EU Council on the 1st of February. 10 years ago, we were there to help train Ukrainian forces as the storm gathered. A decade later, we are still by their side, providing support and training across a whole wide range of skills. Now I'd like to address some of the key issues raised by your lordships. If I don't address every question in the allotted time, I commit to a full written follow-up. Firstly, several noble lords have mentioned the national expenditure on defence, and this is a very, very important point on which everybody in the government is acutely aware. The Prime Minister is absolutely clear of the direction of travel and has stated that 2.5 is a target that he intends to achieve once it is fiscally advisable to do so. But there are other constraints that government has to determine, and that must influence the absolute amount. And that, I think, includes the whole question that has been raised today about industrial capacity. I mean, I could not say how more in focus this all is. Linked to that, Lord Vasey of Didcot mentioned the MOD working with SMEs in defence and what level of appetite there is for risks and influences and the temptation to rely upon the larger partners. And I don't think that's accurate, actually. In my experience in the Ministry of Defence so far, there is an enormous plethora of SMEs, either working directly with the Ministry or working for the large organisations which then ultimately work for the Ministry. So it is a very integrated supply chain, so far as I can see. Lord Anderson of Swansea and several others issued the warning about the Ukraine's European and NATO membership. Now, this is obviously, again, high on the agenda, but has to be dependent upon events. The question of visas for the Ukrainians who are already within this country, and the involvement of the Home Office and DWP. The Noble Baroness Sutty raised it, the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Newcastle raised it, Lord Shinkwin certainly raised it, and the Noble Baroness Taylor of Stevenage rightly points out that tremendous efforts the local authorities and families have made to welcome displaced Ukrainian refugees. I would be absolutely delighted to meet and discuss this, and as far as the Home Office is concerned, we will take that message back and make it absolutely clear. And another specific point from Lord Purvis of Tweed about development funds. The government has issued a white paper on international development, and again, the government's strategic direction is clear. In Kyiv earlier this month, the Prime Minister upped our financial commitment to military aid to record levels by announcing a £2.5 billion military aid package for the year ahead. That's a £200 million uplift on the previous 2 years in a period of clear financial stricture. That is a bold commitment. A longer-term commitment, while encompassed in the agreement recently signed by the Prime Minister and the President, depends very much on what the Ukrainian military plans become. It will mobilise the UK's best military expertise and defence capabilities, including in air defence, artillery ammunition, long-range missiles and maritime security, in support of Ukraine's self-defence and its battle to regain its territory. Everything promised last year has been sent to Ukraine. Whether Ukraine deploys it is a decision for their forces, not us. At least £200 million will be spent on producing and procuring thousands of military drones for Ukraine, including surveillance, sea and long-range strike drones. Having been the first to deliver NLAW anti-tank missiles, the first to deliver modern battle tanks, the first to deliver Storm Shadow long-range missiles, we're now becoming the largest supplier of drones to Ukraine from any nation. And we expect to manufacture most of them here in the UK. This contribution comes hot on the heels of 200 air defence missiles that we gifted in December 2023. I am acutely aware that your lordships are rightly concerned about the maintenance and currency of UK weapons stockpiles. In 2023, the government allocated £2.5 billion specifically to address this issue. Any restocking must be a holistic exercise, not a like-for-like one, as some of the weapons that we have gifted we no longer require, as weapons development is by nature dynamic. I can confirm that orders have been placed across replenishment and updating Starstreak high-velocity missiles, new versions of high-velocity missiles, anti-tank weapons, several thousand of them in the next 2.5 years, 500 already delivered, 155mm artillery shells, 30mm cannon rounds, and 5.65mm rifle ammunition. The point is well made by Baroness Neville-Jones, Lord Brown of Ladyton, the noble and gallant Lord Stirrup, that this is such an important issue that it needs to be front of mind at almost the entire time when defence is being discussed. And the government is really acutely aware of this issue. On the humanitarian support side, our support goes far beyond just weaponry. We've given Ukraine 4.7 billion of non-military support, including 357 billion in humanitarian assistance to Ukraine and the region, 99 million fiscal support grants through the World Bank Trust Fund, 140 million to support Ukraine's energy security and resilience, and 2.5 million for Ukraine's domestic prosecution of international crimes, and arranged a 4.2 billion in fiscal support through the World Bank loan guarantees. In total, the latest package will take the UK's military, humanitarian and economic support committed for Ukraine to almost 12 billion across 3 years, and we should be immensely proud of this as a nation. But significantly, our investment in Ukraine is for the long term, which is why the Prime Minister and President Zelensky also signed an historic security cooperation agreement earlier this month. It formalises our assistance across a wide range of areas, from intelligence sharing, cybersecurity, medical and military training, to maritime assistance and defence industrial cooperation. This represents a first step in an unshakable 100-year partnership between our two countries. NATO. Putin's invasion has galvanised NATO, solidifying its position as a truly united alliance. And we hope that that situation continues. I mean, the threat of what might happen in the United States is just an issue that we have to live with. This is evidenced by the Defence Secretary announcing earlier this month that the UK will contribute 20,000 personnel across all domains to take part in the NATO's exercise Steadfast Defender, one of the alliance's largest deployments since the end of the Cold War, involving 30 member countries, including Finland, plus Sweden. And your Lordships might like to know the Foreign Secretary is in Turkey today, and hopefully that situation will also get approved. At the NATO summit last year, 30 countries promised to sign long-term pledges of security support to Ukraine. In Kyiv earlier this month, the Prime Minister was the first NATO leader to deliver on that promise, signing this century-long security pact with President Zelensky. The noble and gallant Lord Houghton of Richmond makes an interesting and valid point about the role of NATO in both the immediate future and the future deployment to establish the clarity of deterrence. We have also taken a number of steps to galvanise support for Ukraine from our allies. We established the International Fund for Ukraine to bolster and speed the acquisition of intelligence, surveillance, electronic warfare and air defence capabilities. To date, it has already attracted £896 million worth of pledges and enabled 25 separate defence contracts to be signed worth £328 million. We've worked with over 50 nations-strong Ukraine Defence Contact Group to coordinate and bolster support on land, sea and in the air, to which the Defence Secretary spoke earlier this week, encouraging all members to step up their support and commitment to Ukraine. You've probably read the words he used. The Defence Secretary also launched the Maritime Capability Coalition in December 2023, alongside his Norwegian counterpart, to strengthen Ukraine's ability to operate on sea, so important in this war. The coalition now has 12 member countries, with others interested. It will provide Ukraine with ships and deliver long-term support and infrastructure to bolster security in the Black Sea and ensure Ukraine can protect its territorial waters, which is so crucial for all Ukrainian exports. On the training side, we have continued to deliver a massive programme of training to Ukrainian forces here in the UK through Operation Interflex, and have expanded our capacity to do so by cooperation with 10 allied nations taking part. As a result, we've trained over 34,000 Ukrainian personnel in the UK since June 22, and that's more than 60,000 since Russia launched its initial invasion in 2014, and there's another 10,000 going through the process during the first 6 months of this year. Furthermore, 6 Ukrainian pilots have been trained in the UK, and are now learning to fly F-16s in Denmark. And there are a further 26 Ukrainian pilots currently training, with more expected to arrive in the coming months. Our forces are also engaged in other varied training programs with our allies across medical, marine and engineering specialities. On the question of sanctions, with our international partners, we have unleashed the largest and most severe package of sanctions on Russia ever imposed on a major economy. The unprecedented package of sanctions we've implemented alongside our allies has deprived Putin of more than $400 billion, and we are continually looking at ways to further enhance these restrictive measures. And we are clamping down on those who seek to circumnavigate them. The government has committed £50 million to support its new economic deterrence initiative, which strengthens our diplomatic and economic tools to improve sanctions implementation and enforcement. The Noble Lord Collins of Highbury makes points about frozen assets that are certainly under legal consideration and options available and sanctions evasion, and I will write in detail on that matter following this. And the new Office of Trade Sanctions implementation will further strengthen enforcement of our trade sanctions and ensure that the UK's sanctions remain as impactful as possible. The Noble Baroness Neville Jones rightly identifies the evident risk of pushing Putin's Russia towards other totalitarian regimes such as China and North Korea, and there's always this balance about sanctions being ultimately counterproductive, just to be kept in mind. The whole question of international law and war crimes, this is an enormous subject. Ukraine's office of the prosecutor, shows where I come from, general, has recorded more than 120,000 incidents of alleged war crimes, including murder, rape, torture, and the deportation of children. It is vital that Russia is held to account for its actions. Since February 2022, we have provided an additional £2 million to the International Criminal Court to enable it to collect evidence and support survivors. And the Noble Lord Brown of Ladyton will note that the ICC prosecutor warrants against Putin and the Children's Commissioner. We have also established the Atrocity Crimes Advisory Group alongside the EU and the US to support Ukrainian investigators and prosecutors. Baroness Kennedy of the Shores, who does excellent work with children, rightly identifies these appalling stories of subversion and identity destruction and the plethora of the law being applauded by the Putin regime. My noble friend Lord Ahmed is meeting the Ukraine Prosecutor General next week and has committed to bring this up. On the question of rebuilding, since February 2022, the UK has committed over £4.7 billion in non-military support, including fiscal support for Ukraine's vital public services and bilateral assistance. The UK hosted the Ukraine Recovery Conference in June 23, raising over $60 billion towards Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction, including a $50 billion EU facility, $3 billion of UK guarantees to World Bank lending, UK commitments up to $250 million of new capital for British international investment to leverage private investment, and $20 million for the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Trust Fund to expand war risk insurance for the Ukraine. I must admit, I'm not sure I agree with the Noble Earl of Oxford and Asquith about the strength of rebuilding purpose, though I do appreciate his point about the legal environment being absolutely paramount to allow and encourage investment. But I do agree with the Noble Lord Billimora that British business is indeed a force for good. Lord Risby makes a very valid point too about the current investment and security guarantees. In October 23, the UK signed a statement of intent with the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development War Risk to facilitate UK companies trading with and investing in Ukraine to help it rebuild. I will write to Lord Risby with the latest up-to-date situation on investor protection and transparency. And importantly, On the 15th of January 2024, the UK and Ukraine launched a new UK-Ukraine tech bridge which aims to support economic resilience for Ukraine while bringing benefits to the tech sectors in both countries. So important, as the Noble Lord Vesey rightly confirmed. The question of the opportunity for a special envoy to Ukraine, well, we will certainly reflect on the situation made by more than one of your noble lords. And the Baroness Goody makes an important point about gender equality and involvement of women in this recovery, rebuilding and reconstruction of Ukraine. And I will definitely take up this point at every opportunity. In conclusion, my noble lords, I'm hugely...
Give way just before he sits down. He was very reassuring on how the Ministry of Defence works with small enterprises in defence tech, if I can call it that. I wonder whether he could find time to write to me, giving some examples of the small businesses that the MOD is currently working with and how it's changed its procurement practices to facilitate that. I'd be most grateful.
I certainly will. And the International Fund for Ukraine has been a really good example of how that's been working. So, in conclusion, I'm hugely appreciative for the wisdom and expertise colleagues have expressed today. I'm equally heartened by the solidarity shown from across all these benches. Although we face this serious threat, the truth is, as our Ukrainian partners have demonstrated so clearly, that we are far, far stronger as a country when we stand together. So, my lords, as we approach the 10-year anniversary of Putin's invasion of Crimea and the 2-year anniversary of his botched full-scale invasion, it's time to redouble our resolve while at the same time showing genuine gratitude to all UK forces who have been engaged in this struggle. We must be clear, and we must make this clear to Putin, as the Noble Earl of Oxford and Asquith explained, the theoretical yet flawed ideology of Putin's position as to the challenge of this endeavour. Ukraine's fight is indeed our fight. It is a fight for freedom, and freedom is suddenly fragile, as the noble Baroness Anderson of Stoke-on-Trent so eloquently put. A fight for democracy, a fight for the preservation of the rules-based order as clearly promoted by Lord Purvis of Tweed, that has given us an unprecedented period of peace and prosperity. Ukraine is effectively fighting for us, as Lord Coker so eloquently confirmed. The media gaze might have turned in part towards the Middle East, but we must never take our eye off Ukraine's struggle for freedom, which is why the UK continues to step up, showing the leadership necessary, showing a partnership to last a century, and continuing to urge our allies to step up alongside us. So Putin can be left in no doubt that we, all of us who value freedom, are in this for the long term until we prevail. This year, Ukraine's fate may well be decided. My lords, our clear resolve is to ensure that it is decided in their favour, in our favour. My lords, I beg to move.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. As many as of that opinion will say content. Content. The contrary not content. The contents have it.
My lords, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
That the House do now adjourn.
Ended. The proceeding has 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 ended.